All right. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Let me start the show off this way. Go back to Priest Daniel last week because there's some stuff that I left out that's actually important, and I want y'all to hear this out.
You have your Y DNA test.
He said something about all tests are not created equal. These are three kind of DNA tests out there. There are Y DNA, mtDNA, autosomal. What I need for Priest Daniela to understand about DNA is that DNA cannot be fake or wrong when it comes to the Y line and the mtDNA. The autosomal is going to be fluctuate depending on which company you use, because companies depend on how many samples they have. The company that has the most samples in Africa is African Ancestry. And I think the National Geographic, but they don't exist anymore. I have a video, a bunch of videos where I'm taking all these different tests. And what I'm going to show is this, right? This is my personal DNA I'm going to show the community, right? Because what happened is Priest thinks because the autosomal fluctuates, that means DNA is wrong. I'm going to show you something carefully with my own DNA. This is my personal DNA. This is from ancestry.com, right? For those who've been watching me for years, if you look at the right side right here, let me make this bigger so everybody could see it. Everybody could see this. This is, you see my name right there, GR Garfield Reed, Garfield 100%, right? It says I'm 87.1% sub-Saharan African. Now, if I do another test with a person who has a smaller or a larger sample of Africans in West and Central Africa, I might be 94, I might be 92, I might even be 71. It just depends on the sample size. So that's why the autosomal fluctuates. It can fluctuate, right? But for those who know me, when I used to show my DNA originally, right? Remember, I was mostly Ghanaian. I was like 40% Ghanaian originally, or 60% Ghanaian, and I was like 20% from Nigeria. The more samples 23andMe got, I became more Igbo than Akan. And for those who don't know, when I just came in the community, I used to always talk about coming from the Akan people, the Ashanti, and the influence in Jamaica about the Aki and Saltfish, and the Twi language, which is a dialect of the Jamaican, is a dialect of the Jamaican patois. So now, if you look at this right here, you see Mbudu peoples. This is important because when I did African Ancestry, my paternal lineage was lined up with the Mbudu people. That is very, very, very interesting. Another thing with this test is they knew. Hold on a second. Let me see if I could show it right here. They knew I was from Jamaica. I didn't even have to tell them. I don't know where I found it. You know what? No, that's the ancestry.com test. But the autosomal is going to change. Now, let's go over here where it says parental inheritance. Hold on a second. Let me try to get to the ancestry overview. There you're going to see view your family tree, DNA list, Then you go to paternal haplogroup. What do you and Ramesses III have in common? This is how they were selling a lot of kits. Paternal group, look at what it says. EM263.2, right? That's my lineage. It's an A to DE, then to EM96. It shows my variant, where I come from. It shows where I started having E 17,000 years ago, 10,000 years. Your paternal haplogroup traces back to a man who lived approximately 10,000 years ago. That's nearly 400 generations. That's based on the, what you call it, the SMPs and the rate of turnover that they estimate. So 400 generations ago, I traced back to some guy who had EM263.2. All right. So 1 in 440 23andMe customers share your haplogroup. So this doesn't change. So what Priest Daniela needs to know is that your DNA Y is not going to change. So if you're Y today, you are Y more than likely 20, 30,000 years ago. And that's what he needs to understand. 20,000, 30,000 years ago. All right. Garfi, we have the same amount of Senegal. As usual, I need for you to come on to the show next week, if possible, if you can. All right. Now, this is important because we're looking at the P, right? The P line, the paternal group. Let's go back to the maternal group. Look at the maternal group now. Maternal group is L3E3B1. Maternal group. Migrations of your maternal line. Origin migrations 36,000 years ago. Your maternal haplogroup traces back to a woman who lived approximately 2,500 years ago, 100 generations ago. What happened between then and now is researchers and scientists. That means the woman who I come from, her mother's mother's mother over 100 generations go back in one line of L3E3B1. That's all it means. So 2,500 years ago would be approximately 500 BC. So there's some woman in Africa that I trace back to over 2,500 years ago. That's all it's saying. Now, what's important is, let's now go to 2 other tests that I took. Because I took over 9. Let's go to My Living DNA. My Living DNA, I like My Living DNA, but look at what it says right here. 94.1% African, 1.8 Asian, and 4.1 Asian. So that has to deal with how they look at it. But look at what it says for maternal ancestry. Let me make this bigger. It's the same as the one before. Look at it right here. Same as the one before on 23andMe. Let's go. See? L3E3B1. So it's telling me the same thing that the other one tells you. Your maternal DNA is most commonly found in Brazil. Brazil has almost half of the slaves went to Brazil. Over 5 million that survived went to Brazil. So they said it's most commonly found in Brazil, which is very populated with black folks, most black people in the West. EM291, same. This is the same haplogroup, EM2, whatever that I have for the thing. Your paternal DNA is most commonly found in South Cameroon. But again, it's the same DNA, same E1B1A. It's a different name that they use, but it's the same thing that I have. Hold on 1 second. Let's look at something else. All right. So now we come out of this, and we're going to go to the one that he showed, ancestry.com. Let's look right here. Now we're going to go to ancestry.com, which a lot of people use. And when you look at the Nigeria, remember my Nigeria with 23andMe was 60-something%? How is it 41% with these guys? I'm 17% Benin, Ivory Coast and Ghana, 7%, 7%, Central West Africa, 6%, Mali, 5%, Senegal, 4%, Nigerian Woodlands, 2%, Western Bantu, Jewish Ashkenazi. This is pretty similar as the one in 23andMe because I was 3.9% with 23andMe. The Netherlands, Ireland, Iceland, all these different areas. So primarily, I'm Western Central African. 41 plus 17 is what? 58. 58 plus 7 is 65. 65 plus 6 is 71%. 71 plus 5 is 76. 76 plus 4 is 80%. Nigerian Woodlands, 2%. So 80 to 82%, I'm Western Central African. Pretty similar to the what you call it. But the point I'm making is different companies. Different companies. So this is the art of summing that Ancestry doing. Ancestry don't do Y. My Y is the same with every company. My maternal is the same with every company. So DNA works. You just have to know how to apply it and use it. Let's not be ignorant. Don't trust this because they test the cat and got the cat. They got cat or dog DNA and da da da. Stop trying to discourage people from knowing their ancestry. Because this what happened is paternally. If your Y is E and you go back to E1B1A, you're normally a Western Central Africa, right? E starts in Africa, right? That's the last research that we have. It says come from Africa. There was an argument if you come from either Arabia or Africa. And right now, the consensus is that it's originated in Africa, in East Africa. And then it migrated to the South Africa, and it migrated to the West and Central Africa area. That's where it migrated. It took two different routes. So now we need to understand these journeys of DNA and look at this ancestry. Ancestry is telling me that I'm connected to Jamaica. How do they know that? Which relatives were part of this journey? Start a family tree. Your view your journey timeline. 1700 to 1975 in Jamaica. How do they know this? This is the science of DNA, bro. They compare you to other samples that they have and say, oh, yeah, he must have journeyed from Jamaica and came to America by plane or this time period. They know these things. So your DNA is important, and I hope my brother will understand it better with just that little thing that I showed. It is you got to understand DNA to talk about it and refer to it. You're breaking down the why DNA is fine, but remember, let me show something with 23andMe. I forgot something I had to show. I gotta show something. 23andMe has something called a health report, right? Knowing your DNA and your likes and your dislikes is important, because now, if you look at it, it has something called the health data. Finding one carrier status. Let's take a look at what they found. What they found with Garfield. What did they find? Oh, look what Garfield is a carrier of X, Y, and Z. Sickle cell anemia, which is true. So variant detected. They test for all these different things. All these different things they test for. They test on your own. And they send you an email. Although they were bought and it was a bankruptcy, they still have to get your permission to use your DNA. And now, again, as far as the trust issue, if you want to trust the quote-unquote, the boogeyman, as you call him, the boogeyman, the so-called white folks, or the enemy, the government. Let me go back to this article that I showed last week that I put in the chat for everybody to read. The government has your DNA so that we could stop all this conspiracy talk. So if you're worried about them getting your DNA, my brother, they already have it. And they claim, some states claim they throw it away, but they don't. Another interesting thing about this. My bad, family. My bad. Another interesting thing about the DNA stuff with the ancestry, right? We'll look at the overview again. Let's look at the overview. Your ancestry composition, timeline, parental inheritance, DNA painting, family trees, DNA relatives, Neanderthal, maternal haplogroup, paternal haplogroup, DNA basic ancestry tutorial. One thing that's important here, and I'm going to show you guys real quickly. I got a message from a relative of mine. Her grandmother is Allison. My mother's maiden name is Allison. And we are connected because our DNA, look at what the DNA shows. We have second great grandparents are connected. She's like my third cousin. So the DNA was able, so she hit me up. She's from Texas, and she started tracing her roots with names, Allison Gale, because my mother's maiden name is Gale. So we were tracing it through Gale and Allison and all that different stuff. So the DNA is it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I've met relatives online, and who to tell? It's a good thing we have DNA, because she could be somebody on the street I try to talk to, and she's my family. So DNA is a beautiful thing. Let's not run away from it because we don't understand it. Let's not run away. Let's stop being scared. Stop being scared. Just because it don't agree with you, just because it might not agree with you, let's not play the game. The government has your baby's DNA by Elizabeth Coyne. This is from CNN medical correspondent. Let me scroll on to the most important parts. Genetic testing for newborns started in the 1960s with testing for diseases and conditions that, if undetected, could kill a child or cause severe problems such as mental retardation. Since then, the screening has helped save countless newborns. Over the years, many other tests were added to the list. Now states mandate. So if you go to a hospital, the state is mandated to test newborns, whether you want to agree with it or not. This is without you even knowing. So Priest Daniel Allah, you were born in the United States of America. The government already has your DNA. It also, if you have children, I don't know if you have children or not, your children and your children's DNA is owned and controlled by the government. Look at it, what it says. And the DNA samples are stored in state labs. What? You worried about them getting your DNA to do a test? They got your DNA in a lab for anywhere from 3 months to indefinitely. So now you're going to trust the same government that you said is evil and wicked to throw away your DNA after 3 months? You believe that? To find out how long your baby's DNA is stored, see this state by state list. Let's go to the state by state list. Oh, the link is not coming up. It's not working. What family who runs the federal funded genetic resource consortium says parents don't need to worry about the privacy. Look at that keyword, Priest Daniel, the privacy of their baby's DNA. Oh, they're going to keep it. The states have in place very rigid controls on those specimens, Thurl says. If my children's DNA were in one of these state labs, I wouldn't be worried a bit. Oh, we don't trust these guys. They're agents. So I'm just letting you know, Priest Daniel, they already have everybody who's born in America's DNA. Everybody. Whether they throw it out or they keep it, I don't know. I'm not there as a witness. But they said, I have confidence. I'm confident that the government is doing what they said they're doing. It sucks when you don't trust the government, but you depend on the government for stuff. But anyway, the autosomal is always going to increase with more samples coming in, always. But your Y and your mtDNA is not going to change. And that's the key about DNA. My brother in the chat, Usual, who is a Jew, Orthodox, well, I'll call him an Orthodox Jew. And his DNA is not going to change. So when we have the J samples, you know what? Let me get out of this article. I want to show people something real quickly. I want to show everybody an article. Blue-eyed people migrate to the Levant from Zagros. Boom. Where's Zagros? Zagros is what? Zagros is where? In Anatolia or the Zagros Mountains near Iran, right? I want y'all to look at this right here. It says blue-eyed immigrants transformed ancient Israel 6,500 years ago. Let me make it bigger for everybody because we have a problem with samples. Now, people who are of African descent or who are quote-unquote black descent can have blue eyes. But these people were blue-eyed and light-skinned because of the genes, the SCLC, whatever number, whatever it is. They know by the light. You have what's called a light-skin gene, which we call what white folks have. Thousands of years ago in what is now northern Israel, waves of migrating people from the north and east, present-day Iran and Turkey, arrived in the region, and this influx of newcomers had a profound effect transforming the emerging culture. What's more, these immigrants not only brought new cultural practices, they also introduced new genes such as the mutation that produces blue eyes that were previously unknown in that geographic area, according to a new study. Now, archaeologists recently discovered this historic population shift by analyzing what? Let me just let Priest Daniel see DNA from skeletons preserved in an Israeli cave. The site in the north of the tiny country contains dozens of burials and more than 600 bodies dating to approximately 6,500 years ago. This could be the men in Genesis 6, those giants. The science reported. Now, watch this. More advanced, no, I don't need that. DNA analysis showed that skeletons, look at this word again, DNA analysis showed that skeletons preserved in the cave were genetically distinct from people who historically lived in that region. So now they have other DNA that they found other people that normally in the region didn't have this genetic makeup. So now, who historically lived in that region, some of the genetic differences match those of people who lived in neighboring, where? Anatolia, which is Turkey, and the Zagros Mountains, which is Iran. Wow. So ancient Israel belonged to a region known as the Southern Levant, part of larger area, the Levant, which encompasses today's Eastern Mediterranean countries. The Southern Levant experienced a significant cultural shift during the late Chalcolithic period around 4500 BC, where rituals performed in public and a growing use of usuries in funeral preparations, researchers reported. Though some experts had previously proposed the cultural transformation was driven by people who were native to the Southern Levant, the authors of the new study studies that waves of human migration explain the changes. Again, that's opinion. We don't know for a fact, but we do know the people were there for a fact. This was an excellent find. The scientists sampled DNA from bone powder from 48 skeletal remains and were able to reconstruct genome for 22 individuals found in the cave. That makes this one of the largest genetic studies of ancient DNA in the Near East, the researchers reported. Blue eyes and fair skin. Blue eyes and fair skin. The scientists found that these individuals shared genetic features with people from the north, and those similar genes were absent in farmers who lived in the Southern Levant earlier. For example, the allele that is responsible for blue eyes was associated with 49% of the sample remains. And by the way, Priest Daniela, when we debate, you're going to see that the people whose grave sites that were found to be the Vikings or the prehistoric people that came there were people with light skin. Light skin. There's a specific gene or an allele. This is why DNA is important, priest. You can't run from it. You want black folks in your camp or believe what you believe to run from DNA. But listen, man, shout out to Jashub. He was a one Wester like you. Once he started studying DNA, he no longer believes that stuff. He ran away from it. He grew because of the information shared to him, and the dude had become this expert. Yeah, he's a YouTube expert on DNA, and I appreciate him and his growth. I appreciate him. 49% of the sample remains, suggesting that blue eyes have become common in people living in Upper Galilee. Another allele hinted that fair skin may have been widespread in the local population as well. The study authors both eye and skin color are traits that are controlled by complex interactions between multiple alleles, many but not all of which have been identified. The two alleles that we highlight in our study are known to be strongly associated with light eye and skin color, respectively, and are often used to make predictions about the appearance of various human populations in ancient DNA studies. However, it is important to know that multiple other alleles can influence the color of eyes and skin in individuals. So scientists cannot perfectly predict pigmentation in an individual. The scientists also discovered the genetic diversity increased within groups over time. But I bring up this to show that people worry about the skin tone of people. People have been light-skinned in the Levant for a while. All right, that's not nothing to be concerned about or even worried about. I've been on for like 23 minutes, my brother. All right. Now, let me get this research. One more research I got to show with DNA. One more. J1, J2, and E1B1B. Yeah, let me share my screen so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Take a look at this carefully, right? Hey, Goddess, how are you, Sister Queen? Yeah, I remember Ngozi bringing that out. Yes, genetic studies indicate that the paternal lineages of the Y DNA of populations with deep Levantine ancestry, including Jews, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Mizrahi, and Palestinian Arabs, are predominantly composed of haplogroups J1, J2, and E1, B1b. These haplogroups are considered what? Native to the Near East and are common among Mediterranean and Middle Eastern populations. Here's a breakdown of the significance of these haplogroups in the Levant. J1, highly prevalent among Middle Eastern Arab populations and Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews often associated with Semitic ancestry. Haplogroup J2, also very common among Jewish and Levantine populations, representing a significant portion of paternal ancestry. And it's not ironic that the J marker is considered Jewish because of the letter J. But I'll say this, even the haplogroup E1B1B, which is a North African haplogroup origin, which split it from EM96, E1B1A and E1B1B, split to North Africa, and the rest went to Western, Central, and South Africa. Major haplogroup in the Levant with frequencies similar to J1, J2 among Levantine Arabs, and a significant minority in Jewish populations, sometimes 13 to 20%. It's likely originated from migrations of North African Natufians into the Levant over 12,000 years ago. Key findings on Levantine paternal DNA. Common ancestry over 70% of Jewish men and 82% of Arab men studied in some projects inherited their Y chromosomes from common paternal ancestors who lived in the Levantine region within the last 2,000 years. So now, remember when I showed my E marker with 23andMe traced back 10,000 years? If you have J1 or J2, you trace back 10 to 15,000 years ago. So these people have always had the J marker. Their father's lineage is a Levantine lineage. Now, what the J1, J2, and the E1, B1B shows, it shows a Levantine native root. Now, you could have been a Canaanite, you could have been a Ishmaelite, you could be other. Just because you have a J marker don't mean that you are Jewish. Sean from Massey Warrior Clan is J1, I think. He's not Jewish. So what they look for is people who practice the religion and the culture from an ancient community perspective. Check them today, check the old bones that they have and say, listen, these people were practicing this the whole time. The Babylonian communities, the Persian communities, the Assyrian communities. These communities been around, the Levantine communities, Mizrahi, the Egyptian communities, the North African Morocco communities, Carthage, Tunisia, Libya. All these communities have a root in where they went. Some of them went to France, some of them went to Germany, and they mix. There's admixture. So being Jewish, your DNA alone don't do it. But just that the fact that the people who in the communities who are practicing carry these markers, which show a strong Levantine native root. So the people said that's how DNA plays a role, not by itself, but with other factors. Are you practicing the culture? Do you have a tradition of going backwards? All these things. GNT are also found at lower rates. But I just thought that there's an article. Where Cell carried it, where they show the primary stuff on it, but I just wanted to point that out with DNA and why people say E1, B1A has not been found in the Levantine as an ancient DNA. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. All right. So to my brother, Priest Daniela, you can have your opinion. I don't know what you're trying to sell to black people, but we need to be honest. DNA alone don't make you a Jew. But if you have a tradition that goes back that far, that we could relate to or connect to, then you can say, hey, we found this. But E1, B1A, my brother, let's say, Priest and going back and forth. He's funny, man. Yes, it's opinions, but the fact still remains that there are people who are connected, who follow the tradition. We don't find no E1, B1A, bro. We found E1, B1A that we find in North America. We don't find a lot in Africa because of the heat. We found the L3 marker, but we don't find a lot of E1, B1A. E1, B1A, the oldest was 4,500 years ago in Ethiopia. Either 4,500 years ago or 4,500 BC. Either one. But it's the oldest source that we have for E1, B1A. I don't know if that's the oldest. I could Google it right now and see what's the oldest. But the L3 marker for the woman, that they found that they dated it to around 8,000 years ago in the Cameroon area. They found 2 ladies with that marker. So that marker that most African-American women have, and Jamaicans and Afro-Brazilians, is found 8,000 years ago, going back to West and Central Africa. We know that for a fact. As far as the E1B1A, we haven't found, I'm going to Google it right now on Google AI. Oldest E1B1A marker found in the world. I think there was one in Spain, I think. It will be a marker found in the world. Let me see what it says. Okay, haplogroup E1B is an ancient alien that originated in East Africa, the Horn of Africa, approximately 40 to 47,000 years ago. Okay. I don't worry about that. I want to know what's the oldest sample. An early, often-cited example of this lineage was found in the 14,000 years old remains. No, I think that's E1B1B. EM2, the older brother, EM2, the major sub-branch. Let me take world out of it and put the oldest marker found. Oldest E1B1A sample. Let me see what it says. The oldest identified samples belonging to Y chromosome haplogroup E1B1A are found in African samples associated with the early to mid Holocene around 6,000, 8,000. I don't know if that's true. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't care about where it originated. I wanted the oldest sample. Biblical DNA jump on is Acellar man, the oldest sample found. Because they said they found it in Mali, the Acellar sample. The Moto sample is 4,500 years ago, not 4,500 BCE. Ramesses III, if that's legitimate, in the 12th century BC. So E1B1A is the most common marker found in modern sub-Saharan Africa Bantu-speaking populations. So the Acellar sample, let me see if this is legitimate. Let me look this up. Boom, boom, boom. Because I know some claims are made. That's because it might support my argument. I don't mean I think it's true or I think it's real. In the Adras region of Mali, a significant archaeological find that cited as one of the earliest, most robust examples of anatomical modern human exhibiting negroid physical features in West Africa. Okay, scientific significance. Okay. You see, that's why I had to research it. It hasn't been confirmed, these E1B1A. See, that's why you just can't jump out the window and believe everything you read. You know what I'm saying? Motor man, now known as Motor Cave. So they're all right. All right, cool. So yeah, so with the DNA thing, let's not run away from it. Encourage it. It's good to know your Y markers, because your Y markers, so what's happening now is, and Priest Daniela will agree with this, you have descendants based off of Isaiah 11 all over the world, right? So when we test these people all over the world, they should have their Y marker, because basically you're saying that African Americans stem from a people that migrated into West Africa. So we should see the markers different than what the regular West and Central Africans are. It shouldn't be Y. They shouldn't have the same Y markers. And if they're endogenous, you see, this is what kills a lot of the Hebrew Israelites, is that they believe they are the people without reasoning. You believe because you read it in a book. I believe I'm chosen. I'm chosen to teach. I don't mean I'm the chosen from Israel, and I don't need to be that. I don't need to be what I'm not. I don't need to pretend to be somebody else. What I'm saying now is that when you look at the history of the people, you notice they're moving around, and wherever they move, they're endogenous. That's how you identify them. So when they're endogenous, this gives you the opportunity now, bro. And Priest Daniela, this gives you the opportunity to see that there's a culture within West Africa that they're practicing these things. And they're endogenous. They're sleeping with each other. So that means they carry the same DNA. They're carrying the same DNA, carrying it all right through. So you got to figure out, okay, who is in West and Central Africa who is endogenous? We have a community in Senegambia. We have 2 communities in Senegambia that we can find. And when we find these communities, we say, okay, I bet you their descendants went to the Netherlands. Some of them went to Suriname, Curacao. I bet you when we check them, they have the J marker. Why would they have the J marker? Because they descend from the Levant. And that's the primary marker in the region, J1, J2, E1, B1B. So that's why DNA is against African Americans. This is why Jewish groups don't recognize African Americans, not because they're racist. It's because you don't fit the bill. You don't fit it. There's no records in the medieval records of this big groups of communities in West Africa. This is why when Yawasap makes his videos, I laugh. I'm not going to laugh at him. I laugh because it's making an argument that's just not there. And we're just not being truthful. We're just looking for things to make our belief true. You see, a while ago, I found Aselar Man in the DNA stuff. I could have came out and said, look, Aselar Man is E1, B1A. He's in Mali. That would help my argument a lot. But is it real? Is it true? No. So I said, no, we can't use this. Because I got to be honest. Although it would have helped my argument a lot if Aselar Man was E1, B1A. That would have been a dagger right there. But I can't do that, because once you double check it and fact check it, you're going to see it's a lie. It's not true. So again, I go back to what we look at when Michael Hammer and them are looking at communities. I always show this, and I show this every week, and I'm gonna keep showing it every week until people get it in their heads. There is a map that documents the people that trade, the merchants, and the map is called, let me put it on the screen. You see the map? It shows all the communities in the world where Jews are, where all of them are. That's right. So all where they are, and we don't see none that applies to African Americans. And then when they check the DNA of these communities, most of them have the J1 marker. Most of them. Kizwa Cohen, she's a weirdo. That's all I'm gonna say about Naphtali. She's a weirdo. Nobody can tell Naphtali nothing. She's her own teacher, her own master teacher. Here's another version of the Catalan Atlas. You see Mansa Musa is here. They got a white version of Mansa Musa, which is funny. Mansa Musa, you got a black version here. You have the white version there. Mansa Mele. So this allows the Jews, when they're testing their DNA now, they've lived in different communities for years in Algeria, in Morocco, and they're testing them. They test the Sephardic Jews. They're coming up with J1, 2, and they practice the religion. And you know Jews are endogenous. So when in West Africa did we have endogenous communities? Again, Senegambia, Senegal, those areas. You have 2 communities that were in contact with the larger Jewish world. You could use those as examples. If you want to say those Jews were on the slave ships, you'd have to prove how they became slaves and how they ended up on the slave ships. Because we have records of them transporting to the Netherlands. We have records of Africans converting Jews to African religion. We have Jews converting Africans to Jewish religion. We have records of that, bro. We have records. Shout out to 93 for reminding me about that. So we have records of what they were doing while they were in West Africa. They were part of a blade trade or different trades. They were hitchhiking rides to the Caribbean. Which Jewish person who is a slave could be hitchhiking rides from the Netherlands to North to West Africa? Why would you be going back to West Africa if you was a slave? Why? You going back home where they took you from? Craziness, yo. Craziness. Who is the Jew in this picture? The ones with the yellow tags. Why were they given yellow tags? Because that's how the Muslims told them they had to wear that along with paying their jizya tax to be identified. And what did these Jews look like? What does the picture say? Jews forced to wear badges due to being indistinguishable from Christians. If Jews were black, there would be no need for them to be distinguished. This is from a study of race and environment by Maurice Fishberg, page 92. That the Jewish face is characteristic and that a Jew can be singled out from among 1,000 Christians is a recent opinion. In medieval ages, the tormentors of the Jews did not place much confidence in the so-called Jewish type as a safe distinguishing mark. It seemed they knew that appearances are often deceptive, that one who has a hook nose, black eyes, hair, and thick lips, etc., may be a Christian, Mohammedan, or heathen as well as a Jew, and that one devoid of these traits is not necessarily a Gentile. They were, however, determined to know a Jew when they met one, and to avoid mistakes, many enactments were promulgated, compelling Jews to wear badges in order that they may be easily distinguished from non-Jews. In 640, the Jews in Islam were ordered by the Pact of Umar to wear a yellow seam in their garment. In 105, the Jews of Egypt were ordered to wear badges on their coats, and in 1301, they were forced to wear yellow turbans. In France, Spain, Italy, England, and Germany, similar laws prevailed, and the Pope Innocent III, in the preamble to the law enforcing the badge, complained that Jews were being mistaken for Christians. Now, I'm not saying all Jews look like this guy. They could look like the guy that they're carrying. They could look like the guys over here to the right. They could look like the guy over here, the black outfit here to the left. So Jews did not have one specific look. That's not the point I'm making. And I want y'all to look at this picture right here. Dr. Pritchard describing Portuguese Jews as dark. Look at the pictures that right there. Look at these pictures. Let me make this bigger. If this person is dark, and this is for Priest Daniel. Look at this, priest. These people in these pictures were dark. Are they dark? Look at these people. Why are they called dark? Because you guys think dark doesn't necessarily mean black. Dark is a tone, skin tone. Why are they called dark? Why is Pritchard describing them as dark? So when we read this now, the Jews have assimilated in physical characters to the nations among whom they have long resided, though still to be recognized by some minute peculiarities of physiognomy. In the northern countries of Europe, there are fair or Xanos, blue eyes, and flaxen hair are seen in English Jews. And in some parts of Germany, the red beards of the Jews are very conspicuous. The Jews of Portugal are very dark. Jews that it is well known. The Natural History of Man by James Coles Pritchard, page 145. These are the Negroid types. Showed this a million times. Galatian Jews. Better look at the Sephardic Jews from Galatia with their dark Negroid features, black hair, and thick lips. The Jews, a study of race and environment, Maurice Fishberg. I bet they won't be reading this source on their Sabbath. Oh, man. Yep. You look like Captain Tazaryach, man. Sephardic Jews conforms most to the ideal type Jewish type. They are noted for their dark complexion, having dark hair and eyes. So when you read this, that they have dark complexion and dark eyes, the Sephardic type, look at this guy right here. Look at this right here. Is this you? Is this your parents? Your parents, your ancestors? Craziness. Here's a guy that's swarthy right here. Gandalf the Grey. Walt Whitman, swarthy face. No, they whitewashed it. That's what they're going to say. They whitewashed it. They got a whitewash machine that they use. They got specific. I found one in England and in Europe where they just purposely make people light skinned. Yep. These look like some Persian Jews. But these are Euro-African in Suriname. We talked about Suriname earlier. Bet you if you check their DNA, what's going to come up? J1. Fernandez family, Suriname, at St. Isaac Daniel Fernandez, a Portuguese Jew from a planter family. Yep. Yep. You go over Jamaica, you see Enriquez and Fernandez. Sean Paul, the artist, his name is Enriquez. Yep. All right. Indigenous Americans that they claim is what? What are these people? They got the plate in their mouth, but when the Africans do it, they laugh at the Africans. But the same people that you claim as Israelites, they do it too. It's a tradition for whatever reason. Yep. All right, let me get out of here. Let me get back to the program. He said it's a car right there. All right, let me get to this video. Let me go to Sabio in the chat. Let's go to Sabio. Sabio got all the videos, man. Anything I want on cap. Like, yo, you gotta see this video, man. I got you, Sabio. I can't find the damn video. Okay, it's in Dyer Unfiltered. I'm finished with Priest Daniela, the master teacher. All right, let's go to Dyer Unfiltered. Let's see what him and Tazaryach talking about 6 days ago. Yeah, he beat the hell out of Tazaryach, yo.
Because the church, actually, I know I have the right biblical canon because the church fathers don't know it. The church fathers don't know it. And I do. That's how I know. Because when I look at what the church fathers are saying, when the church fathers are saying that there's a Trinity in the Bible, but when I read the Bible, I don't see Trinity, I know that the church fathers don't know what they're saying.
Jay, kick it off for us.
Can you name anybody after the time of the apostles up to the 1800s that taught your cult view?
Harriet Tubman's whole family knew that they were Israelites.
Between the 1800s.
Well, slavery started in the 1600s. If you allow me to finish, you would have heard. Thank you. So Harriet Tubman's family, when I say family, it was passed down from the time that they came over here from Africa, from the Ashanti tribe. When they came over here, they had their tradition of knowing they were Israelites up until this day. I have Captain DeBar Moth in my school that's from that family. He already knew he was an Israelite. So I know they like to believe that we didn't know that we was Israelites, but we knew that we was Israelites coming off of them ships.
So your citation is from a family legend that Harriet Tubman in the 1800s supposedly had. I'm asking for anybody from the time of the Messiah, after the apostles, up to the prior to the 1800s who taught what your cult teaches. Anybody?
Well, I already showed from the time of the Messiah by using the Bible, which trumps anything that you or I would say.
No, Jesus said that.
I just want to finish. I just want to finish the answer in the middle of answering the question. I just want to finish.
In the 7th,
the only person that has not laughed while the other person spoke was me. The only one that has not chuckled while the other person spoke was me. And the only person that has not interrupted the other is me.
It's
So I
in a
just want to, can I finish
cross-examination.
answering?
You
Can I,
can
this
interrupt
is
in
not
a
a,
cross-exam.
no problem. So
You
I'm
can
glad you,
interrupt in a
I'm
cross-exam.
glad.
Okay, gentlemen, let me go ahead and create a little decorum.
I'm interrogating.
A
you can
Cap,
No,
interrupt.
you're
he
not
was
interrogating anybody. When you, a Fugazi, he can't say he
Cross-examination
interrogated. This is an open.
idiot.
yeah, it's
Okay,
open
then.
back and forth, and he was just asking a clarifying. He was giving a clarifying rebuttal to his question.
Yeah,
That's all he was given.
And all I was saying, if he would have just been quiet, I would have explained. Because
Okay,
for Harriet
fair enough. Fair enough.
Tubman,
Again, I'm wanting a specific person after the apostles up to the 1800s.
I'm giving you Harriet Tubman and her family, and
That's
I even
the
said,
1800s.
that is not
Prior to the 1800s.
prior to the 1800s, when they was in the west coast of Africa in the Ashanti tribe, they knew that they were Israelites. So when they came off the slave
So
ships,
what's the source
they
for that?
kept that. I just told you it's the oral tradition. We have them in our family. And if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
all throughout the Bible, before we got the laws of Moses, you know what they had? The oral tradition.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Is that not true? Did they not have oral tradition before Moses wrote the
Well,
law?
the oral tradition is actually.
I'm
what
asking
put
a question, yes or no. Did
the
they have
oral
oral
tradition is
tradition?
what put the Bible together.
So did they have oral tradition before Moses wrote the law
Of
down?
course,
Yes or
yeah,
no?
but there's
Okay,
actual.
then. So we can't negate. And
there's
what happens a lot of
actual
times is
academic
black
historical
people can't
sources.
have oral tradition that matters, but we
There
do.
are actual historical academic sources that point to the oral tradition back.
You can go
at
into the
those
colleges.
times. You have no academic
You
or
can go into
scholarly
the colleges in
sources.
Louisiana.
You cite an academic or scholarly
Yeah,
source
you can
for,
go to
for
the
your
college.
tradition.
Well, I don't need.
Hey,
to
fellas, for the audience purpose,
isn't one.
can you just can you allow one another to land their plane? So
No,
let's
do it
go
again.
back to Jay. Jay, go ahead and restate your position, and then Cap, you get to respond.
Right. So referring to an oral tradition allegedly that Harriet Tubman said, which again, I'd like some source, some academic scholarly citation on as to the pedigree of this, is not an answer to somebody between the time frame of the post-apostolic period to the 1800s. So he can't do that because his cult didn't
Hold on a
exist.
second.
It's a
Hold
new
on.
made up.
Tazaryach just said something, right? And we're gonna gloss over it. He said we can go to where? He said we can go to Louisiana. Did y'all hear him say that? You know what he's going to? Let me show y'all something on the screen real quick. You know, I'm sorry that I never really investigated or took the time to really demolish One West teachings on Sonata. Because what Sonata did is he made this group explode. Because there was nobody really there to challenge what they believe or they hold to. Let's go back a little bit and listen to what he said about Louisiana in the back and forth.
Go into the colleges in Louisiana.
You cite an academic or scholarly source.
Yeah, you can go to the
your
college.
tradition.
Well, I don't need.
Hey,
to
fellas,
cite-
for the audience purpose,
isn't one.
can you just can you allow one?
Full historical
You know, he said you could go to the colleges in Louisiana. Which colleges in Louisiana? For what?
academic sources that point to the oral tradition back.
You can go
at
into the
those
colleges.
times.
You
You
can
have
go to
no academic
You can
or
go into
scholarly
the colleges in
source.
Louisiana.
You cite an academic or scholarly source.
Yeah, you can go to the
for your
college.
tradition.
Well, I don't need.
Hey,
to
fellas,
cite-
for the audience purpose,
isn't one.
can you just can you allow one?
Let me stop for a second. What colleges in Louisiana? You're talking about? Oh, pin the link. My bad. I didn't pin the link. Right here. Look at this right here. Because you know they got this book that they didn't really Photoshop it. Well, technically, it basically turned it. There's this in New Orleans, in Louisiana, race and Americanization, where they're pushing this Louisiana State University. I don't know if he's referring to this, where somebody changed the words to read total Hebrews imported, 1749 black Jews transported to Louisiana. The book don't say this. Place of origin. Slave brought from Judah, Africa. Judah without the H. But they're trying to be slick, man. This is what happens when you have to fake what you believe in. You got to alter books and change it. So I think he's talking about the Louisiana State University. I think he's talking about this picture right here. because this is the actual book. The formation of the Creole culture. And if you go to the pages that they said to go to, it's not there. Page 69, it's not there. The slave trade at Judah was become uncertain. Of course, Judah is there, wider, but not the Judah of what you think it is. And I need to talk about Judah too a little. I need to just put that to bed rest. Put that to rest. All right. There you go. It don't say nothing about no Jews or nothing. I think that's what he's talking about. Let's go back to the video.
One another to land their plane. So
No,
let's go back to Jay.
Does that point to the oral tradition back?
You can go
at
into the
those times.
colleges.
You
can go
have
to the
no academic
You
or
can go into
scholarly
the
source.
colleges in
You
Louisiana.
cite an academic or scholarly
Yeah,
source
you can
for,
go to the
for your
college.
tradition.
Well, I don't need
Hey
to
fellas,
cite-
for the audience purpose,
isn't one.
can you just can you allow one another to land their plane? So
No,
let's
do it
go
again.
back to Jay. Jay, go ahead and restate your position, and then Cap, you get to respond.
Right. So referring to an oral tradition allegedly that Harriet Tubman said, which again, I'd like some source, some academic scholarly citation as to the pedigree of this, is not an answer to somebody between the time frame of the post-apostolic period to the 1800s. So he can't do that because his cult didn't exist. It's a new made-up restorationist cult.
I mean, that's fine to say that it's made up, and I don't have to prove.
Debate's over then.
I don't have to prove that. Well, the debate title is about Orthodox Christianity, not about what Black Israelites said they
But
were Israelites
the argument
in
is
the
that
1800s.
in those
So I just want to be able to finish again.
They were Orthodox in those
Again.
centuries.
So but that's
Go
not
ahead,
the-
Jay. Let
the
him just
debate
land his
title
plane.
Is not. Thank you. I'm glad somebody being unbiased. So that's not the debate title. The debate title is Orthodox Christianity True. That's the actual debate title. So when you actually look up, if you want to go scholar, anybody can look up Frank Cherry, William Saunders. You can look these people up, and they all carried that tradition. So now I just named two other people. So that's three different people: Harriet Tubman, Frank Cherry, William Saunders.
All from the 1800s.
All had the
So
tradition.
nobody prior to the
Before
1800s.
and the key thing about him saying 1800s, because that's when they decided to put a timestamp on it. What I'm talking about is oral tradition coming off the slave ships.
Okay.
Even to this day, you'll see people from the Yoruba tribe, the Igbo tribe, the Ashanti tribe that would tell you that that the people taken on them slave ships were Israelites. I can't help it if academia doesn't respect it. So that's why I yield.
So
to
there's
the
no
oral,
historians.
That's
There's
why I
nobody who
yield.
has this view.
That's
right?
why I yield to the oral tradition.
Uh-huh.
Now I will ask you a question. Do you have a book, chapter, verse? If I read Romans, the 9th chapter.
The question was, can you provide evidence of anyone before the 1800s teaching what you're teaching? He never answered the question. He never answered the question at all. He started talking about Cherry and the other guy, Crowdy, but those are 1800s. Prior to the 1800s, who was teaching what you're teaching? It's simple. And no one listens better than Tazaryach. The guy could multitask like a mother. So I don't know what's that all about, but let's get back to the video.
And Romans, the 9th chapter says, this is Romans 9:4, who are Israelites to whom pertain the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the services of God, and the promises. Paul said that the Israelites pertain.
You know, Brother Law, you just hit me with something that's very important that I forgot. And they don't respect Africans. Please make that make sense, please. Now, Priest Danya Allah, if someone is migrating to West Africa, right, and they have children with the people in Africa, are you still considered a bloodline? Because what if you had a daughter and the daughter slept with an African man with the Y marker? Are you still an Israelite by bloodline? Because even when they had endogenous community, that's why Jews had so many children, because they would have like 11 daughters and 2 sons. Because the woman they'd be pushing out females the whole time. They like to carry on through the male lineage. So when the man has sex with the woman, and bear in mind that the Jews that went to West Africa thought that it goes through the mother, by the way. This is why when the Euro-Africans or the Luso-Africans slept with the African woman later. Luso-Africans slept with the woman. They had to put a law in place for the African woman to be Jewish, because you're not supposed, you're no longer Jewish if you have sex with a woman that's not Jewish. You can't be a Jew. You can't have a Jew. You have a bastard child that's not Jewish. So now the point now is, now this is why DNA is important, priest Daniel Allah, because if you have the E marker from your father and your father's father go back, the problem is it's going back to Africa. It's not going back to the Levant, because the bones and the DNA that they've discovered in the Levant has J1, J2, and a lesser degree E1, B1B. So I'm saying to you, obviously they mixed with Tudor the Tufians, they had E1, B1B from 12,000 years ago, if you don't even want to go by those years. But at least North Africa is mixing with the Levantine people. So now, how are you having the same genetic makeup of what Africans have? If you're a different people, you're not supposed to have the same mtDNA and the Y-DNA of Africans, because you are African. That's why. This is where it's going to lead you. This is why Yashub started talking about which part of Africa. He's Congolese or whatever. I don't remember what he said. So I'm telling y'all, we could play games with DNA all you want, but your Y marker is going to be the same. You are African. You are African. You can't get around that. And I'm going to get the Soul of Judaism by the brother called Bruce Haynes. Dr. Bruce Haynes came on my channel like 4 or 5 times, right? He thought he was a converted Jew. Come to find out that his great-grandfather was a Jew. He's all over the TV now and PBS talking about Jewish families and what happened when they came here. And there's people who descend from Jewish families who were not slaves, and they're black. You see, there's a whole history. His book is what I thought Hebrew Israelites should use to prove they're Jews. His book, because he goes into how the slaves converted and they were released after 7 years, and they continue with the tradition. So I mean, this anti-African thing, well, he's not anti-African to that extent, but the whole Hamite thing is just crazy.
And own the promises and the adoption. Can you show a book, chapter, verse where another nation by name also owns the adoption and the promises?
Yeah, if you read chapter 11, he says that the Gentiles are grafted into that very promise that you just mentioned.
That's not answering my question.
It is. It's a specific, direct answer to your stupid ass question.
The answer to my question is, and again, that's, you see my opponent?
You see Romans 9?
There's only one person there, because at the ends of Romans 11 and 26, it says, so all Israel shall be saved. That was not my question. My question is,
the church is,
show me another nation by name that gets adopted and have the promises, because if Paul says in Romans 9 and 4, who are Israelites to pertain means, so they own adoption, glory, covenants.
I'm going to answer. You're just yapping.
Okay, yeah, Cap, let him answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's give a book in
Romans 11. Stop yapping and let me answer your dumbass question. In Romans 11, he says, he won't shut up. So this guy's.
I know you're not talking about somebody shutting up. I know you're not talking.
All right, Cap. I think it's fair now. Cap, I think it's fair. Y'all both had it.
He doesn't understand debates. You can.
And I expect you to stop
you
it
can
from
interrupt people in interrogations, dude.
That's right, but you crying about it.
Cap, come on. Let's yield the floor. You asked him a question, Cap. Let him answer. Go ahead.
Romans 11, Paul says, I do not desire that you would be ignorant of this mystery, lest you be wise in your own opinion. That blindness has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in.
What verse you reading?
Romans 11, 25. Until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in.
You said Romans 11 and 25 you're reading, right? So now, the word Gentile, because I want everybody to know he did not answer my question. I told him to show me Gentile. Do we agree Gentiles means nation? Yes or no?
It's a general term that can refer to a specific proper nation, or it can refer to all nations. I know that grammar is hard for you. I know grammar is hard for you.
Can it refer to Israelites as well?
It can be proper or it can be general.
Can it refer to Israelites as well?
The word nation could refer to any nation, including Israel.
That's not what I asked you. Thank you. So
including Israel.
Thank you. So when we see the word Gentile, we can't make that mean a non-Israelite or an Israelite.
In
You
this
have to look
passage, it's
you
contrasting
have to
the
look
two.
at. Would you
It's
also agree?
contrasting Israelite and Gentile.
Would you also agree that context would let us know what Gentile
Yeah,
means?
because you didn't know the context of 9 to
No,
11,
I
because
do know-
11
I
talks
do
about
know
the
the- I do
Gentiles
know
being
the
grafted
context.
into the Israeli tree.
So when we go in Romans,
That are grafted into the Jewish tree.
I'm gonna jump up in Romans 11
This is
chapter.
too, I can't.
Because
Can we
I'm
do
better
this?
than
Can
you.
we do time? This person's too.
Okay, let's do time. So we spoke backstage. If someone requests time, I told them that I would adhere to it. So let's do it timed. Jay, what you want to do? 1 minute or 2 minute responses?
Either one fine with me.
We should do, yeah.
1 minute is fine with you, Jay?
Sure.
How about asking
All
a
right.
question? How about the time that
Let's
If
do
we do that, let's go back and if he asks a question, a timed response. That way we
Yeah,
can get our word.
and
No, that's what I'm saying. So,
also
Cooley,
Captain
Cooley.
Tazaryach, the other thing too,
Cooley, can you hear
and
me?
I think, yeah, I can hear you. I think that you know about this too. When someone is trying to run a line of argument, maybe they're asking a question looking for your answer, asking another question looking for your answer.
Yeah, I do.
That's totally fine. That's like the interrogation part. That's what Jay was speaking about. So you have to allow some room for that to happen as well. And I'll allow room for you to do the same thing for him. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's hop into the 1 minute response. So Jay,
He's not
the
gonna
floor
allow
is yours.
that.
You got a minute.
He is not going to allow that.
Hey, Cooley, in fairness, it was my question that he cried about, not his question to me.
I want to answer the
I
question.
asked him about.
I want to read
I'm
verse.
talking to Cooley. I'm not even talking to you.
Okay,
don't
JJ.
care who you're talking to.
Cap,
Talking
real
to the
quick, Cap,
moderator.
Cap.
I don't
Listen
care
though.
what who
I'm
you're talking
yielding the floor to Jay. Jay requested the 1 minute timer, so I'm just yielding it to him.
He should be
Jay?
answering my question.
So
though.
currently right
there.
Hey, Cap. Let's just do 1 minute, Cap. Come on.
No, but hold on, Cooley.
Cap,
I don't
you
have a
keep on saying
problem-
hold on. We
I don't
agreed to
have a
1
problem-
minute, Cap.
Wait. I don't have a problem with the 1 minute, but you're making it like he gets to ask me a question.
No, I
when
wanna-
was in
I
the
wanna
middle of
answer his
asking him a
He
question.
said he wants to answer your question. That's what
No
he
problem.
wanted to
Can I
do. So I'm just
Can I just quickly repeat the question and then he answered? I'll be
Yeah,
10
Cap.
seconds. It'll be
go
10
ahead,
seconds.
Cap. Sure, go ahead, Cap. Go ahead.
That's fair. Appreciate it. So now in Romans 9:4, it says Israel pertains the adoption, the covenant, and the promises. Can you show another nation by name that has the adoption, the covenant, and the promises? That's the question.
All right, Jay, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm going to go to Romans 11. I'm going to explain the context to him and read the passages where Paul specifically answers his question. I speak to you Gentiles. He's speaking to the church at Rome. Now, this idiot thinks that the word Gentiles there means Israel because the word nation or Gentile can also refer to Israel because it just means nation. Paul is saying that he is an apostle to the Gentiles to help them get along with the Jews in the church of Rome who are now believing in the Messiah. I speak to you Gentiles since I am an apostle to the Gentiles. Imagine how stupid this would be for Paul to say that I'm an apostle to the Jews and I speak to you Jews or just Gentiles. So he doesn't understand that grammar is determined by the context. Here it's contrasted to the Jews who are the native olive branch and the native tree upon which the Gentiles are unnative and being grafted into. So his answer, the answer to Romans 9 about chapter 4 is that the adoption and the covenant and the promises are to all, whether slave, free, male, female, Jew, or Greek.
All right,
Notice
that's
when I
time.
said Greek.
Thank you. So I
He
get
said
to
Greek
respond
doesn't
now. Romans
count.
the 11th
Give him a
chapter.
let's let him land his plane. We'll give him a little time over. Go ahead, Jay.
That's it.
Okay, go ahead, Cap.
Yeah, only because you said time is why I spoke. I'm sorry. If you would like when you gave him the extra time before, I didn't speak. I'm the only one having decorum here. Anyway, so when he did not answer the question, I asked him by name to show where other nations by name get the covenant, the promises, or the adoption. He did not show it. What he did go was to Romans 11 and bring up, I am the apostle to the Gentiles, but he stopped reading. When it says, for I speak to you Gentiles, as much as I'm an apostle to the Gentiles, I magnify mine office. If by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh. His flesh is Israelites. And the Israelites in Rome were called Greek. They were Hellenized. Even when you look up the word Greek, it'll be a Hellenist, a Jew who made Greek their tongue. That's why you see Greek. That's why you see Gentile. So I got a follow-up question. In Romans 9:24, it says, even us whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles, as he also saith in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not my beloved. Who is that written to?
Time.
To the
Who is
church
that
at
written to?
Jew and Gentile. To the church
So
at
in
Rome, both
Romans
Jew and
9
Gentile. That refutes you, you idiot.
So the Gentiles in Romans 9:24 would be non-Israelites to you?
Again, do you not understand grammar? The word Gentile means nation.
I'm just asking
and it can refer-
the
the
question.
word Gentile can refer to a proper noun or a general noun.
But in
You
that
understand
verse, is
Do you
those
understand the difference
Gentiles
between
non?
proper and general?
I'm just trying to get it. Can I
He
get a
doesn't
yes or no?
understand grammar.
In that verse, are Gentiles non-Israelites to you? Yes or no?
Yes, the word Gentile
Thank you.
can mean
In verse
it's
25,
nation.
gotcha. I understand that. So in verse 25, when it says, I will call them my people, excuse me, as it also say in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and a beloved, which was not my beloved. It is your position that the non-Israelites, who at one time would not be called God's people, would now be called God's people. That's your
That's what
position,
the verse
right?
says. Correct.
Okay, got it. Real quick, gentlemen, real quick. Cap, since you are running your line of argument, perfect.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and you can do your interrogation first. We'll do 10 minutes of your
I
interrogation.
don't need 10 minutes because I only got like 2 more questions.
Okay, fine. After this, though, Jay is going to run his interrogation.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
So,
got it. Go ahead.
in Romans 9:25, who is OC? Because it
Hosea
says,
the
as it also
prophet.
saith in OC, is who?
Oh, I'm sorry. What says it's Hosea.
Okay,
prophet
so
Hosea.
who is Hosea talking about when he makes that statement? I will call them my people, which were not my people.
I actually referenced this in my opening statement that it's a prophecy of the Gentile church coming into the worship of the King, the worship of the God of Israel.
So this is the problem I have with Orthodox Christianity. They lie on the Bible because Hosea did not say this is a prophecy for non-Israelites. What Hosea actually said,
Who would not my people
in verse 10, and Hosea 1:10 says, well, first of all, when you read Hosea, the first chapter, then said God, call his name Lo-Amai, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God. God is cutting off the children of Israel. He ain't got to cut off non-Israelites. Don't say correct. Don't say correct now, because if that means from the time that he's writing this, Israelites are not his people. That's why Paul is in Rome.
No, but I know you have a hard time with this. Both things are true at once.
You're one of the most ignorant white men I've ever debated out of decorum. All you do is go ad homs, but it's not going to work tonight. So
you just yell, dude.
It says, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. Clearly talking about Israel. And it shall come to pass where it was said unto them, the Israelites, ye are not my people.
This is not a sermon.
Said unto them, ye are the sons of the living of God.
It's not a sermon.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together. So you said
you're just sermonizing.
You just said that in Romans it's talking about non-Israelites, but Paul is quoting Hosea that said the children of Israel are going to be called God's people once again. You don't know.
Both of those things are true.
I'm done, Cooley.
I know it's
okay.
Hard. Both of those things are true at once. Hosea, in his immediate context, is rebuking the idolatrous Israelites of his day, and he's saying, you people are going to be rejected. God is rejecting you, because anyone who is unfaithful, even in the Old Testament, is not a true Israelite. It was always the case that the only way to be a true Israelite is to have faith in God and to faith in the coming Messiah. Jesus says Abraham has faith in him. Moses has faith in him. That's John 5 to John 9. So the Old Testament saints and prophets looked ahead to faith in the Messiah, and that's how they were saved. But to answer his stupid question, both of those things can be true at once. Just because Hosea is saying to the Israelites of his day, you are not my people, it doesn't mean that it's not a prophecy of the coming era when the Messiah would bring in all the Gentile nations. I'll give you an example of specific nations mentioned. In Psalm 60, it says, equating between 7 and 8, Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine, Ephraim is mine, Judah is my lawgiver, Moab is my waspot, Edom is my shoe, Philistia will triumph because of me. Those are the historic enemies of God. And the New Testament is citing these passages like Psalm 60 and others to point out that the fulfillment of these predictions is the Gentile nations coming in. So you want specific nations listed, there you go. The classic enemies of God are listed as equal to and amongst his people.
All right, fellas. Jay, do you want to interrogate Cap?
Sure.
All right. Let's hop right into it. I know you guys had some core disagreements on certain things.
Gentiles, Jesus is God, virgin birth.
The virgin birth, that Jesus is God, the most high God. Right. So, Jay, I'll go ahead and let you do your thing.
Before Jay,
Cap. None of the Cap. I know, Cap, real quick, Cap. You got to learn how to yield.
I'll be trying to help people.
Jay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so you referred a lot of times to the scriptures and to the New Testament, to these passages, but in the study of the text, the history of the text and canonical studies, in a lot of cases, we don't know who wrote these texts. For example, we don't know that Matthew, the apostle, is the author of the Gospel of Matthew. And so one of the things that is central to knowing the authenticity of these texts is, in fact, their pedigree and their use amongst the church fathers. Now, you said a bunch of things early on that the church fathers all disagree. They don't all believe in the deity of Christ. They disagree on circumcision. There are no church fathers that disagree on the deity of Christ or the topic of circumcision, because it was solved in the book of Acts in chapter 15 at the Jerusalem Council. So number one, I want to know, can you cite me some of the church fathers who disagree, this assertion that you made? And then how do you know that the New Testament canon that you have is the right canon of scripture?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the disagreements that they had was on what I actually said was the divinity of Christ.
You said and circumcision. You said both.
I did say circumcision too, but you asked about the differences of Jesus being God. That was your actual question. You did mention circumcision.
I asked you about both
but
of
you
them just
ended.
now.
Okay, so whichever order I choose to go, I can go. Jesus Christ.
Name some church fathers that who disagree.
So when I say they disagreed on the divinity. Some believe Christ was created.
Who?
Some believe.
Name some, show some disagreements. Where's the source?
Or if listening is an art, all you got to do is just let me respond.
You don't have a source, do you?
Yeah, I do.
You just said it. You just asserted it.
So, for example, in the 4th century, nature of Christ, Arius and Athanasius of Alexander, is he created? The debate was, is he created, Arius, or eternal God, Athanasius?
Okay, but you said the church
you
fathers.
just said these are all church fathers. Irenaeus.
No, Arius is not a church
Irenaeus.
No, he's not. Arius is a heretic. So church fathers are those that are approved.
Irenaeus was called a heretic because he disagreed. However you say his name, was called a heretic because he disagreed with the other people, which is what the council is for, which is what I said from the beginning.
There were no councils. There were no councils at the time.
Irenaeus and Valentine.
It's Irenaeus.
Also, however you say his name, they disagreed. They did not agree.
But Jay, when you speak, real quick, Jay, when you speak, come closer to the mic, because Cap mic is overpowering yours a little bit when you guys are speaking over one another. Okay, so go ahead.
Right. So what he's citing is the debates that were had amongst church fathers and heretics. Church fathers are not heretics.
Church fathers.
You said church fathers, and that's not who
you said.
Heretics,
the arguments
heretics are not church fathers. Dude,
they became heretics because they disagreed with the other side. If they agreed with the side,
okay, well then
you made that up. You made that up, Cap. Cap, you made that up, man. Come on, man. You made that
then
up.
The disagreements amongst Black Hebrew Israelite cults means that your sect is disqualified. If that's your standard, you idiot.
I don't. If you can stop, hey Cooley, is this where we can just disrespect and call each other names? Because I haven't.
So he's just gonna whine.
So Cap,
called me an idiot.
Cap, you did call him a white something.
No,
you guys have been. You did, Cap.
Look, you're being disingenuous.
Y'all both been going back and forth.
I said he's the most ignorant white man because he kept interrupting me and calling me an idiot.
No,
I have not given him any.
This was the first time he said idiot, Cap.
This
was the first.
Cooley,
yeah, this is the first time I've heard it.
When you go back and watch this, you're gonna. I wouldn't say it if it was the first time. But he keeps saying it. And I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid.
You can insert him names and call me names.
All right, Cap. I got you, Cap.
So
I got you, Cap.
So I'm naming church fathers. You're calling them heretics. Which I'm not even mad at you calling them heretics. You're supposed to call them a heretic.
You don't even understand that it's a double standard.
But before they were called a heretic, they were in agreement. So then you said, when you said,
again,
and that applies.
No, they weren't. How do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate that?
Well, you're calling them a heretic. I didn't call them a heretic. I said they were church fathers.
You just said before that they were in disagreement. How do you demonstrate that Valentinus was in agreement with them? How do you demonstrate that Valentinus was in agreement with Irenaeus? That's your claim.
I never said that they were in agreement or disagreement until, let me say it better so you're going to understand. Before they had the councils, they were all church fathers.
Irenaeus wasn't in a council.
Whoever won the council,
was not in a council.
Other people became
the heretic.
And then you made the.
I think Cap did an AI search and it kind of threw him off. I'm going to defend Cap for a minute. Irenaeus is in the 2nd century. He's the first person in Orthodoxy to put a canon together with 22 books. He's from 130 to around 190 CE, Common Era, right? Arius is the guy who was battling at the Council of Nicaea. So it's a different time period. He's mixing up Arius with Irenaeus. So it's just a slip of the tongue, reading information fast in a debate. It's an honest mistake. Arius is not a church father. He was never considered a church father. All right? So that's the error. That's all. That's a slip of the tongue by Cap.
Argument to say, well, that's the same thing. Then you made the argument to say
council.
Okay.
Nah, Garfield, stop it.
Please
saying,
answer.
Cap, I'm getting interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
while I'm talking.
But Cap,
Because
it's
you're
his
saying nonsense.
interrogation. If he's gonna,
I
real
don't
quick,
have a problem.
Cap.
I don't have a problem with him interrupting me. But
Cap.
don't tell me I'm not answering.
no,
You're not.
Cap, listen. He's literally, I can remember the questions. He's literally asking you certain questions, and I need you to answer those questions. That's why he
I've
keeps
given
restating the
direct names.
question.
He said,
You said Irenaeus
I gave
was in
what
agreement
church
with
fathers?
Valentinus until a council. What council was Irenaeus in? It's nonsense. There is no
problem.
council that Irenaeus is in.
Got you.
You're just saying bullshit.
No problem. So as I've stated, I've answered every question.
What
that he's
council was
asked.
Irenaeus in?
Whether he
Answer that
disagrees-
question, Jay. What council was Irenaeus in? Can you
mean
answer his
that-
specific
you mean
questions?
You mean answer that question, Cap? You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, answer that question, Cap. Yeah, can you do that?
So in the 2nd century, Gnosticism versus Orthodox Christianity, the key figures of one side,
You're just reading
Irenaeus.
Wikipedia, dude. You made an assertion. Come on.
This is not Wikipedia.
Okay,
Actually,
Google,
this is-
whatever
this
you're
is-
reading.
This is not
Come on,
Google
man.
at all.
You're a fraud,
And then
dude.
so you'll say
You're a
that
fraud.
you'll say,
You're
so now
Googling
Cooley,
live
all I
in
want
the
to point out, Cooley,
You can't
I
Google
brought
in a
up the
debate.
2nd century. I brought up the two sides,
What council?
Gnosticism
You made the
versus
assertion.
Orthodox. I brought up the side, Gnosticism
You
versus
made an
Orthodox
Cap,
Christianity.
once
It's
again,
wrong.
let's just get some quick decorum.
You
Cap,
keep saying
listen.
Cap. Why are you saying for me to get decorum?
Cap, it's an interrogation. He's asking you.
Cap, I hate to say this, but Jay Dyer was right. You was reading Chat GPT, which is fine. You're looking up something on the fly. The issue is the arguments is presented in Chat GPT is Gnosticism versus Orthodoxy. We're not talking about that. That's in the 2nd century. That's not what the Council of Nicaea is about. So you're mixing up both events. So you kind of don't know what you're talking about, but ChatGPT kind of screwed you over. You could have been like, nah, you got to elaborate. You said the church fathers never agreed. So you can't show that. You got to know Christian history to know who didn't agree with who. You got to be deep. You got to be in school to know that. You're not ChatGPT not going to get that answer.
Specific questions that he needs specific
You don't care
answers
about
to.
the- You don't care
You
about
don't
how
have
the
to agree with my
I'll let you
answer,
interrogate me.
but I am answering it.
No, you're
Cap,
not.
he allowed you to interrogate him. Can you allow the same thing in good faith and answer the specific questions?
You're saying
said
Cap. I'm not
that
saying Cap.
Irenaeus-
That's what you're saying.
You
I'm
said
naming it. I
Irenaeus was
said
the
Gnosticism
dude. Shut up.
versus Orthodox Christianity in the 2nd century.
You
I
asserted this.
answered his
This
question.
is your
I
assertion.
read
didn't read it.
Whether he says it's
You didn't read
assertion
the
or not,
text.
I'm answering his question. Cooley. I'm not
What
not
council?
answering his
Yo.
question.
You don't care
You
about
don't
how
have
the
to
debate
agree with my
Cap,
answer,
interrogate
but I
me.
am answering it.
No,
Cap, he allowed you to interrogate him. Can you allow the same thing in good faith and answer the specific questions?
You
You
said,
said
I'm not
that
saying
Irenaeus-
Cap. That's what you're saying.
You
I'm
said
naming it. I
Irenaeus was
said
the dude.
Gnosticism
Shut up.
versus Orthodox Christianity in the 2nd century.
You
I
asserted this.
answered his
This
question
is your assertion.
directly. Whether he says it's an
man.
assertion or not, I'm answering his question, Cooley. I'm not
What
not
council?
answering his question.
What council was Irenaeus? You
Iranians
said it was
and
a
I
council.
named Valentine.
Cap, listen. All right, Jay, go ahead and restate your question for the 5th time, I think. Go ahead.
He said they were in agreement
He read it in Chat
prior
GPT.
to the disagreements, which he can't demonstrate
That's
that.
not-
He doesn't know that. And then he said that there was a council, and then Irenaeus and Valentinus had a disagreement. There is no council that Irenaeus is involved in with Valentinus. You said that. Now name the council. You're just
Oh,
spouting out bullshit you're reading on the internet.
So when you look up Valentine and
What
Irenaeus,
council?
when you look up Valentine and Irenaeus,
It's Valentinus.
when you look up Valentinus and Irenaeus, you'll see Valentinus
Yo.
is 2nd century Egyptian Christian
Yo. I want to debate.
You're just reading
Egyptian
Wikipedia.
Christian philosopher. I'm not reading Wikipedia. I'm just
Google.
reading the information. So again,
From where?
Irenaeus
Google.
and Valentinus. Valentinus was the leader of the Gnostics, and they were against the.
So there's not
And they
one.
were
You're just saying
against.
bullshit.
And they were against.
So there's not a
Irenaeus.
council, is there? What's the
You
name of the
cannot.
council?
If you're having a battle, that is what the
Because you don't have
councils were.
one. You're just saying bullshit on the internet. You said
I'm
you
not
talk
saying
faster than
bullshit
you
on
can
the
think.
internet. Anybody can look this up online.
Okay, look. Well, tell me
you'll
the
see.
council. You got it on. You got it online right now.
But the title of it says even Irenaeus even wrote a book.
What council?
Irenaeus wrote Against Heresy.
You said a council.
Shows the competing Christianities early.
Dude, we don't
So
need you
let's
to
say-
read
let's say-
Wikipedia.
This is I don't
What
know why you
council?
keep saying Wikipedia. I would never use Wikipedia. I don't know why you.
You're
would say-
using Google, you idiot.
I'm not using Google. Again, Google, you're not saying nothing
You're
when
reading
you
off
calls me
of
an
your
idiot.
screen.
Like if I
What
start
council?
acting
I don't
ignorant
like
and name
that.
call like he
What
just did, and
council?
you didn't say nothing, cool.
What
And you're
council?
gonna say
You don't
didn't
know.
hear
So
that
I'm gonna
either,
have
right?
to ask the
Cap,
moderator.
Cap,
He
Cap.
doesn't
I
have
got
an
you,
answer.
Cap. Cap.
Moderator, he doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, Cap. It's very simple. Idiot is fine. You called him
Say
a
less.
white
No,
something.
say less. Say less.
Like
You
those
gotta
things
explain.
are fine. You're
You
not
gotta
making
explain.
really any like true personal attacks. You're not talking about one another's family. That is fine. It's totally okay, Cap. You can do the
What
same. You
council?
guys both been doing it. But just
I'm
answer
not.
his question.
I did answer it. He just didn't.
What
accept
council?
it.
What
I did
council?
answer. I said Gnosticism versus Orthodox Christianity.
You said a
That was the-
council condemned it. What?
No, I didn't say a council.
Yes, you
condemned it.
did.
That's not what I said.
You
I
did.
said they were
multiple times.
condemned. I said they
You
were
did.
whenever. No, I'm not. When you go back and listen, I would say
The
they would be
whole
use the word. I didn't use the word
You're gonna get
condemned.
clipped.
I
If
used
it's
your
gonna get clipped.
word
You saying
when you
council,
said
dude.
heretic. When you said when your dumb ass said, I said
said
they
they was
became
in a
heretics
council.
because they disagreed.
In a
And then I named
council.
others. I
You
named
said in a
others.
council. You're walking
outside
it back
of
because you're wrong.
Irenaeus
Just
and
admit you're wrong.
Valentine. I
Just
named
admit
other
you made a
people.
mistake.
That's why you would have the Council of Nicaea when they would debate. Is Jesus
Nicaea is
greater?
120.
Athanasius. It
It's
doesn't
150
matter
years
when it
after.
is. They're all considered church fathers.
You said
Eusebius is
Irenaeus
considered
in a
church father.
council.
All of these people are considered church fathers, and none of them
No, they're
have the
not.
authority on the
No, they're
Bible.
not.
I can't help
Patristic
it if you
writers
don't
are
wanna
not church
accept-
fathers.
Like when it says listening is an art.
All right, fellas, listen. Let's have some decorum for the audience. The audience, yeah. The audience needs to hear exactly what's being said. I kind of let it rock because I like the blood sport, but let's have
There's
some
only
decorum
one
real
idiot
quick.
that actually interrupts when somebody talks. That's him.
It's called an interrogation, and you got busted because you're.
Yo, Cap complaining way too much, man. This ain't Cap, man. He probably was drunk, man. This ain't my Cap. Anybody want to jump on? The link is at the top. You could jump in and join the conversation whenever you're ready.
Not that he was drunk, Garfield.
I gotta take up for Cap, man. You know that's my dude. Man.
He's stupid.
I don't like Jay Dyer, man. Jay Dyer cooked him though. He cooked him. He
He
definitely
cooked him. He cooked him.
This video by Jay Dyer absolutely cooks Captain Tazaryach. This is not even a debate, yo. If Priest Daniela was here, it would have been a better conversation. Because Priest knows the history. He knows church history.
You're just repeating
when I
ChatGPT.
interrogated you, I gave you the respect which
You
I
didn't-
want
no, you
going
didn't
forward
answer.
to respond.
You're
I did
just
not
yapping.
interrupt you in
It's
your
called
answer.
filibustering.
I disagree with every answer that you gave, but I did not interrupt in your answer.
Of course you did.
I
Yes,
did
you
not. When you go back and watch it,
What
when
council?
I interrogated you about
What
Romans
council?
9, XYZ, I did not
What council?
interrupt
Dude,
you
you've
in your
already
answer.
lost.
I
You've melted
answered the
down.
question.
You've already
I'm not
lost. What
melting at
council?
all.
You said
I
council.
answered. I
So
answered
you don't have
already.
one because
I answered
ChatGPT
already.
didn't tell you.
I answered the
You
question.
using ChatGPT.
Listen, if listening is
You
if
uneducated
listening is an
idiot
art,
using ChatGPT in a
if
like we wouldn't
listening
know.
is
Like
an
we wouldn't
art,
know you're using
I'm not
ChatGPT.
even using ChatGPT either.
Oh,
I have a whole PowerPoint on the subject.
yeah.
I have a whole
What
PowerPoint
council?
on the subject.
You
No
said a
problem.
council with Irenaeus.
No problem. So I'll go with the different councils that they had. You
Which
had
was what?
councils 325, 381. all of
Excuse
these
me,
people.
that's 150 years after Irenaeus.
It doesn't matter. I'm giving you a
Oh my God.
timeline of them having constant
It's 150 years
disagreements on
after
the deity of
Irenaeus,
Christ,
and you
and
said
you
Irenaeus
know
in
that
a
they
council.
didn't agree on the deity of Christ. Some
You said
believe he was
Irenaeus in a
created.
council
Some believe he was
versus
created. Some
Valentinus.
believe he wasn't created. That requires
He's
a
just
council.
filibustering.
And when the council
not
wins that
answering.
he's a deity, then the people that believe he's created.
Can we go back
become
to
the
time?
heretics.
Let's go back to time. Yeah. Let's go back to time for decorum for the audience.
The
We got a
only one
lot
that
of
needs
people
time is
watching,
me then.
thousands
the
of people.
time
Dude, you got caught in a lie.
If
You
the
lied.
time is for the
I'm
person
sorry
to
that you
respond
said
to the
bullshit.
question,
It's
then
not
the
my fault.
time is for me,
It's
not
not
him.
my fault that you said
You
the
made
wrong
when
thing.
he brought up time before, that was for him to respond.
Now he's
to
melting
me.
down. Over
Yeah,
bullshit.
Cap.
This
So
is
look,
all
Cap,
to
we
run the
agreed
timeout.
to. Cap, we agreed prior to the debate, whoever requests time, I'm going to adhere to it. He requested time. Okay, Jay, the woman is yours.
Yeah, so again, he specifically said, and people can wind back a few minutes and you can hear that he said that Irenaeus and Valentinus came into disagreement and there was a condemnation at a council, and that's what led to the disagreement and the consideration of another person as a heretic. Irenaeus was not involved in a council with Valentinus. He referred to Nicaea, which is in 150 years after the time of Irenaeus, where Arius is disagreeing with Athanasius. In all academic Christian literature, even amongst people who disagree with Christianity, there's not an equivalence between patristic writers and church fathers. Those are different categories. So, for example, Origen, Tertullian, they were outside of the church and they ended up being patristic writers. Their writings are worthwhile. They have a lot of historical attestation, but they're not church fathers. And so he specifically said the church fathers all disagreed, but you saw when we actually go into this, he has no idea what he's talking about. He's just reading from the internet.
All right, Cap, floor is yours.
Response. Tertullian, for example, 155, maybe that's a closer timeline to him, against Praxis. There was a time when the sun was not. Why is that controversy? Because people believe that Christ always was. That's why it says against Praxis. Then you have Athanasius, which comes 296, that says the son is eternal. When it comes to the circumcision, Justin Martyr, we too should observe the fleshly circumcision if we did not know. That's 100 AD, says Torah had a temporary purpose. Irenaeus, 130, 202, Abraham was justified without circumcision, emphasizes faith over the law. So there was discrepancy of you didn't have to do circumcision or you could do circumcision. There was a question of Christ having a creation point, Christ not having a creation point. So it doesn't matter which time frame that I started. You don't have to say, yeah, shut your mouth. You don't have to talk during my time. I didn't talk during your time. There's only one professional here. So now,
all right, Cap, time up.
It doesn't matter what year.
Cap, time up, man. You use your time. Just let him reply.
This whole debate, when he went over the time, you gave him extra seconds.
Okay, go ahead. Land your plane.
Even when I spoke, you said, hey, Cap, let's let him end this
plane.
Oh,
my God, dude. Quit whining, man.
I'll let you do it as well, Cap, but go ahead. Land your plane. It's fine.
I had to say something to let me
whine and bitch.
So now, you the bitch. Now we calling each other bitches. You the bitch.
I said you're whining and bitching.
You're a bitch, though.
Okay, fine.
Like, you're the one that's unprofessional.
You ready to get refuted?
As I was closing
you ready to get refuted?
It doesn't matter what year I use. The point is, who they call the church fathers did not agree on everything. That's a fact. And I gave sources that's closer to his timeline.
Yeah, let's go into the first source.
How long does he get the hot seat? When is it my turn for the hot seat?
Dude, stop bitching about my time. And
so, Cap, remember, we started with you doing the interrogation, but you said you didn't need long, and you stopped your interrogation very quick.
All I asked was how long. I'm just asking how long.
Can we go to this? He mentioned against Praxis.
I did not say it had to stop. Asking how long does not mean I wanted to stop. I'm trying to get a time frame.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, he got 1 minute right now.
Are you able to?
The floor is 1 minute. Jay, go ahead.
Are you able to pull up anything? Because he referenced a text that's important.
You asking me that?
No. Cooley, are you able to pull up anything, or is that?
Yeah, I can pull up some stuff for sure.
Okay, so this link that I put in the private chat there, he mentioned against Praxis.
All right.
Okay, so you'll look at chapter 2. Well, you pull up that page and you scroll down to chapter 2. He gave the impression that Tertullian was teaching the Arian view, which is a misquotation because Tertullian teaches, what is that in chapter 2? Can you see that? What's the title of chapter 2 right there?
I'll go ahead and pull it up.
See, I've actually read these books. He hasn't read these books. Chapter 2 says, in against Praxis, scroll down a little bit.
Yep.
Let's just read this title. Chapter 2, the Catholic doctrine of the Trinity and Unity, sometimes called the divine economy or the dispensation of the personal relations of the Godhead. So notice this is 150 AD, which he tried to misquote as a reference to Arianism. He doesn't even know that this book is a refutation of the modalist position, which is his Unitarian position. And he calls Praxeus the modalist who believes that there's only one person in the Godhead, a heretic. The very book that this idiot is citing from is a defense of the Trinity, the Catholic doctrine of the Trinity in 150 AD, which is what he cited. So this actually refutes everything that he was arguing. He doesn't even know the sources.
All right. Jay, that's your time. And Cap, if you need me to pull up anything, I will.
No,
He
they
ragdolled him
saying-
right there,
I rarely
Garfield.
shout this man out, but Garfield said you die on your source. I didn't bring this up to say whether they believed in Trinity or not. What
No, I brought it up for that.
Again, the dumbass is talking while I'm talking. And
He
again,
doesn't
the
even understand
moderator
why I
says
brought it
nothing.
up.
You are supposed to shut your fucking
Go ahead,
mouth.
Jay. Let him get it for the minute.
Shut
Go ahead,
your
Cap.
fucking mouth.
Cap, you got the
Every
minute,
time-
man. It's yours, man. Go ahead.
Don't say Cap, because you ain't saying nothing. The 2 times he interrupted, I have not interrupted him. So I can tell him to shut the fuck up. That's what
I
can
got
tell
you,
him.
Cap. I'm just running the time. I paused it, but go ahead.
You died
Continue.
on your source. This wasn't about the Trinity. This was about the divinity of Christ. So when it says there was a time when the Son was not, and then he mentioned Arianism, which lets you know that there was a sect of people that did not believe that Jesus was divine. They believed that he was the physical Son of God that became divine when he ascended. So now that's another disagreement, which is my point. But you would not see the apostles disagreeing like that. But you will see them disagreeing like that. So you had some of the church fathers that said Christ had a creation point. You had some that said he did not. That's what I said. I didn't say whether they believed he was God, whether they believed in the Trinity. My argument was only that they disagreed on if Christ was created or not. So your source does not help you. It hurts you because it shows how stupid you are, because I was not talking about Trinity. We can talk about it if you want. I'm done.
All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jay.
again, this is a fundamentally stupid person. I specifically said that it was ironic that you brought this up because it's a document written against both errors of the Paul of Samosata view that Christ is a mere creature. This is before Arianism. It's what would become Arianism. And he's mainly focused on Praxeas and his Sabellianism. So it shows that the Trinity doctrine was taught right here in chapter 2, clear as day. He doesn't teach the Son is a mere creature if he teaches the Trinity, you idiot. That's the whole point of chapter 2. So you're a blasphemer and a dumb person who can't understand grammar and doesn't even know the writings that he's sourcing. So when you read this writing, this is a early reference to the multiplicity in the Godhead and the unity of the Godhead. That's a refutation of both the Arian, or what would become the Arian position, and the Sabellian position. That's what I said. You haven't actually read this because Tertullian consistently defends the deity of the person of Christ. When the church fathers, not heretics, not the
Time, Jay. Time.
When they
You can finish the last sentence. I'll do the same thing for Cap.
when they speak of Christ's human nature being created, that's his human nature, not his divine personhood. It's a both and, like Romans 1 says.
All right. Cap, floor is yours.
So the more we talk, I want everybody to pay attention. Remember, my argument was that the church fathers didn't agree. And the more we talk, the more because he want to make it seem like he reads everything, the more he tells y'all more people that didn't agree, more people that didn't get along, more people that disagreed on the divinity of Christ, this come, that come, which was my point. But in the Bible, Paul says he's the Son of the Most High. Peter says he's the Son of the Most High. The demons say he's the Son of the Most High. Christ says he has a God in the Bible. So I would never believe the church fathers. Christ said, I go to my God and your God. I go to my Father and your Father. So how can Christ be God if he got a God that he's going to? Christ in John 17:3 says that they might know the one true God, the Father, and the Son whom he sent. So the superiority
10
is
seconds.
the Bible. The church fathers is ass. They are trash. They are nothing because they blaspheme every time they make Jesus the
Time.
Most High God.
You good? Want to finish your sentence? Go ahead, man.
Oh, no, that was good right there.
You're good? Okay. Jay?
Yeah, I think he thinks that yelling and acting like a preacher is the same thing as a debate. And so he doesn't understand internal critiques. He doesn't understand when I'm showing his position to be inconsistent from his own dumb argumentation. So again, as I said, when I asked him earlier, which he blew past, he never even attempted a response. I specifically said to him, we don't know the pedigree of who Matthew was of the Gospel of Matthew. And I can undercut this whole thing to point out that, guess what? The church fathers are the one that put the Bible together. The canon of scripture that you have comes from the oral tradition that he referred to of the church fathers, together with the liturgical practice of the lectionaries in the early apostolic sees. There's no way to actually know that Paul wrote Paul's epistles, the Paul the apostle, or that Matthew the disciple wrote the Gospel of Matthew, apart from the patristic church father tradition. Even Protestant scholars like F.F. Bruce or Lee MacDonald all admit that you have to have this oral tradition that comes from the church fathers and the apostolic succession in the important bishoprics and sees. And so I ask him again, how do you know that you have the right canon of scripture, given that the church fathers put the Bible together?
Thank you. One thing we finding out, it don't matter if we know or don't know who put the Bible together. What we do know is that, and this is a dumbass. That's a dumbass right there. But what we do know,
it don't matter,
that the church fathers don't understand the Bible. That we do know. In Daniel 7:9, it says, "I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit."
No answer.
Whose garment was white as snow. Then it says in verse 13, the Son of Man is coming to the Ancient of Days. So when they say that Jesus is God or Jesus is the Most High, if the Ancient of Days is the Most High and the Son of Man is being presented, there is no verse that calls Christ the Ancient of Days.
So
that means there's a time, again, dumb nigga talking.
Moderator, I asked him a question.
I got you, Jay.
He did not
He's asking me questions when I asked him.
I'm not asking him no question.
You just asked me the Trinity question, you idiot.
Real quick, fellas. I got you, Jay.
Dumbest nigga ever.
Jay, I got you. Jay, just let him, because it's still being timed. Once we get to the time, Jay, go ahead and do your thing. Because
hold on, but I thought it was a question back and
forth. He could not handle the time. Three times in a row.
It was question. So Cap, real quick. He did ask a question. You did not answer the question. So he was looking for the answer to the question within the 1 minute time, but it's fine. What we can do is, Cap, I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to you so you can finish responding. And then after that, let's open it up, because I do think that the audience wants to hear the back and forth and wants to hear both of you ask one another questions and actually answer the questions. So Cap, you actually had only 10 seconds left, but I'll give you an extra 30 seconds. Do your thing, bro.
I appreciate it, man. That time. So if the Ancient of Days is there before the Son of Man, then that means the Ancient of Days existed outside of the Son of Man. So Jesus can't be that God. If in Revelations, the 5th chapter, we see that same Most High sitting on the throne, and then the Lamb who's from the tribe of Judah being presented before that throne, he can't be that God. In Revelations, the 3rd chapter, and the 12th verse, this is what Christ said, and I landed right here. I might go a little bit past the time. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God. This Jesus talking. And he shall go no more out. And I will write upon the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which come down out of heaven from my God. In that one verse, Christ said he had a God 4 times. So he cannot be that God if he has that God.
All right, got it. Time. And Cap, I gave you an extra 20 minutes there, but totally cool, man. Jay, I said 20 seconds. I mean, Jay, floor is yours. I know you wanted to ask him some questions and get some answers to the questions that you asked. So go ahead.
Yeah, right. Well, it would have been a good idea maybe to look into the Orthodox doctrine of the Trinity if you wanted to come to debate that, because you would know that we teach monarchical Trinitarianism, which is the teaching that the Father is the one true God, the source, fount, and arche. However, the word God, I know you have a really hard time with grammar and words. They seem to really trip you up. But the word God is a general term, just like the word nation is a general term. It can be proper or it can be non-proper. I know that's really hard for you. But in the same way, the word God can pick out the person of the Father. It can pick out the divine nature that the Son and the Spirit share. And it can pick out divine operations and energies. So that's monarchical Trinitarianism. And all of your questions don't even deal with that, because we believe that Daniel 9, Daniel 7, all of these passages teach monarchical Trinitarianism. Now, again, I asked you multiple times, how do you know that you have the right Bible, given that you said the church fathers are garbage?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You said the church fathers are all dumb and garbage, but the church fathers have the oral tradition that lets us know the authors of the Gospels, the authors of the epistles, and they put the Bible together centuries after the time of Christ and the apostles.
And you want to know why do I call them dumb? Is that the question?
No. Do you want me to ask the question for the 4th time? How do you know you have the right biblical canon?
Oh, thank you. Because the church, actually, I know I have the right biblical canon because the church fathers don't know it. And I do. That's how I know. Because when I look at what the church fathers are saying, when the church fathers are saying that there's a Trinity in the Bible, but when I read the Bible, I don't see Trinity, I know that the church fathers don't know what they're saying. And I know that the Lord will put his spirit, just like he put his spirit on Judas to do his job. He put his spirit on Saul to do his job. So having people maintain the records does not mean that you understand it. In the book of Amos, the 3rd chapter, it says he revealed nothing except to his prophets. So having the Bible in our hand, you know what they created? They created a white image of Jesus, even though the image that they have of Jesus does not matter. So just because they have the records and they portray and they give us something does not mean that it matches biblically. That's why Paul said, let God be true and every man a liar. So the Orthodox Church are dumb and they're liars because nothing they teach can be substantiated in the Bible. This Jesus, this Trinity, there's not even a verse that says Trinity, not even a verse that hints at Trinity in the Bible. But that's what the church fathers believe.
Okay, I have a question. Is there a verse that says what the Bible is?
Yeah, the Bible is I'll use the verse Romans 15.
No, what is in the Bible? Where's the verse that tells you Bible?
I don't know if there's a verse that tells you Bible.
Okay.
What I would say.
So now a double standard.
I would use probably Torah, because it means law or instructions. And like Paul said in Romans 15:4, whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures, we might have hope. But that understanding, even Christ said, I'm glad that he kept this from the wise and prudent and gave it unto babes. Why did that matter? Because even the Pharisees during Christ's time didn't understand it. Even Peter, when Peter was speaking and they saw the boldness of Peter, they knew that he rode with Christ. And what did they call them? What did they call them?
Next question.
They called them unlearned men.
Filibustering.
Even though they were called, that's not unlearned, that's in the Bible. Even though they were called unlearned men,
you are just filibustering. You are yapping.
They had Christ with them. They had the power to heal. They had the power to take life.
It's not a sermon. It's not sermon time.
Even though they were called,
this is not an answer to the question.
So the church fathers are dumb, and you're dumb.
We know you think that, but
you're dumb. That's why
fine. I'm dumb, right? Which is funny because that's why you can't answer a dumb person's question. How dumb does that make you?
I answered the question. You said how did they keep the record, and I asked it. I answered it.
I have a question.
Don't get mad you didn't like the answer.
Can you restate what my argument was about the canon?
Your argument was, how can the Orthodox be dumb when they the ones that retained and restored the canon, gave identity to like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because they didn't have an author. So how do I know that the canon that I read is?
And what is your answer?
Canon?
Right. What's your answer?
And my answer was, them teaching what they teach, and then me reading the Bible lets me know that the Bible is true. That was my answer. And then you chuckled at it because you said,
no, I'm asking how you know you have the right Bible.
Because y'all don't teach it right. I just answered that, and then you laughed like you laughing now, and then I went into
you don't understand the again. You don't understand. So how do you know that you don't have the wrong Bible?
And the first thing I said,
how do you know that you don't have the right Bible?
No, I know that I have the right Bible.
How?
Because here's maybe you'll understand this.
How?
When you go, I'm about to tell you. So when you go into the Hebrew or Greek that it was originally written,
you don't know those languages.
Then compare it.
You don't know those languages.
Can you speak Hebrew?
I didn't claim to. You did.
You don't know those languages.
Hebrew.
Now why? Why
did you say I don't know the language if your dumb ass?
Because you don't know basic. Because you don't know English grammar.
I would have been impressed if
you don't know English grammar.
I would have been impressed
because you don't know English grammar.
Hebrew. Even I can say Shema Yasha'Allah Yahweh Allah now Yahweh.
That's not speaking Hebrew. That's a memorized phrase.
I just gave the credo. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. Even I can speak. I just backfired on your dumbass. That's how you know you're a dumbass.
This is a con man.
Because you can't even speak the language that when I say I go into the language and then you respond by saying
you don't know the
language. You can't even speak it.
You're a con man.
You asked me a question of something you can't even do yourself.
Why do I have to be? I didn't claim to be able to.
As I was answering your question.
You don't speak these languages because you don't know basic English grammar.
Listen, so as I was saying,
are you saying that you do speak English and Greek?
When you go
speak English and Greek
in the original language that it was written in,
do you know those languages?
The language.
Do you know them? I don't believe you do.
Look at the English, you can compare and say,
I don't believe you know those languages. I don't believe
to that word.
Okay, fellas, let's let one another land their plane.
Wait, I just spoke Hebrew.
You literally think that proves that you
I
speak
spoke
Hebrew by
Hebrew.
reciting a memorized
If I
phrase.
can speak it, then that means that I had to go somewhere to
Oh my
learn
God,
it.
dude.
That I had to go somewhere to
This
read
is the
it.
dumbest person I've ever
I
talked to.
I can't believe this dumbass is saying this shit right here, man.
Garfield.
You are not
Did
a
you know
student.
Tariq?
You don't know those languages.
Hey, Cooley, how long before we switch, man? Because he can't.
You just as a fraud, you don't
Greek.
actually know those
He can't
languages.
speak Hebrew or Greek.
You know how I know? I didn't claim to. You claimed
But
to.
you said
idiot.
I didn't claim to either.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not. I
You
said
just
when
did.
you go. No, I did not. I said when you go to the language. What I said was when
You
you
don't
go
know
to
the language.
I said when you go
But
to
you
the
don't
language
know the
that it was
language. What do you mean going to
originally
the language? You don't
written
know
in,
it.
and you compare the Hebrew.
But how
to
are
the
you going to
English,
compare? You don't know
That's
it.
how you compare it.
You don't know the languages. You're a fraud.
How you learn it, excuse me, how you compare it is you would have to learn it.
You don't know this.
So they have Hebrew. Anybody can get, and they got Hebrew for dummies.
No,
There's
they
ways
can't.
that you can learn. There's ways that you can learn the
But
language.
you ain't done it, dog.
I did,
But
though.
you ain't done it,
Don't
dog.
hey, can you show what you learned in Hebrew and Greek? Can you show it?
I didn't claim to know Hebrew and Greek.
Can you
You
show it?
did.
I never claimed it. I said if you go look it up. I don't know
You did.
Spanish like that. I don't know
Dude,
Spanish
you
like that.
contradict
But if somebody
yourself
give me
from
something
one
in
sentence
Spanish,
to the next.
I'm gonna go.
Yo, that shit was, oh man.
Did you hear the lie? He just said he don't speak Hebrew. Then he tried to. He did the Shema.
All right. Hey, listen, earlier I mentioned a source, Soul of Judaism by Bruce Haynes. And I want y'all to pay attention to this. A number of factors contributed to the Negroes' identification with ancient Israel. The majority of Africans in North America were brought from West African societies which regularly practiced ritual circumcision, the ritual slaughter of animals, and the separation of women during menstruation. These so-called Hebrewisms invoked by Black Hebrew groups such as the Harlem-based Commandment Keepers and other Judaizing Africans and African Americans have been frequently dismissed as inauthentic cults. A number of scholars have described early Black Judaism as a fusion of messianic salvation and Black nationalism. A few have even framed African Jews within the context of new or emerging Jewish communities that have either converted or merely identified as Jews. While the Hamitic hypothesis has shaped thinking about civilization in Africa since the 19th century by tracing, and this is the name of the book, The Soul of Judaism by Bruce D. Haynes, The Jews of African Descent in America. The first modern day Black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474. According to the record, Zelanio de Castro Ayani from the house of Zaguala de Castro Ayani underwent a circumcision at the hands of some Jews from the city of Marsala. During the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted Africans and Euro-Africans, was incorporated into the Jewish community of Amsterdam. While there is no basis on which to calculate the exact percentage of African slaves who formally converted to Judaism in Europe or the Americas, the practice clearly worried authorities. Pope Gregory IX complained about it, and Christian legislation in the 14th century routinely made reference to banning the circumcision of non-Christian slaves. Responsa or rabbinic writings on biblical law from the early Mediterranean show Jews seeking legal clarification of practices. Okay. Get this book, y'all. Get this book. All right. All right. Let's get a little news inside here. We've been talking a lot. Let's get to my guy, Poetic Flacco. And he's talking about Gucci Mane.
Gucci Mane is so cooked, he's trying to save himself, but it's too late. So we all know Gucci Mane he snitched on Pooh Shiesty. He told the police officers that Pooh Shiesty robbed him, put a gun to his head, and made him sign a contract. He also identified that Big 30 and other people were present. He gave the law enforcement officers Pooh Shiesty's real name, how to find Pooh Shiesty's Instagram. He did all that telling that night that the incident happened. Gucci must have thought he was telling in secret and he was just identifying Pooh Shiesty and he was doing some snitching that was off the record. but the feds put it on the record. The feds put him on blast in their paperwork and let the world know that Gucci Mane identified Big 30, Pooh Shiesty, and everybody present, and he gave information in terms of this robbery and this kidnapping that they're charging Pooh Shiesty with. Well, ever since the feds exposed him, Gucci Mane has been trying to save face, right? He's been coming forward, like letting the world know, hey, man, I'm not cooperating. I'm not going to cooperate, but it's literally too late.
Pooh Shiesty update. I'm going to play the clip. The clip puts to bed any idea that Pooh is cooked. You're going to hear Big 30's lawyer talking about Gucci's plans on testifying. For good measure, the reporter from a respected news outlet out in Texas saying the FBI hasn't exactly heard from Gucci. Check this out.
Interesting thing that we've seen in the last couple of days is that Gucci Mane has come out publicly and said that he's not cooperating with the government.
And it is worth noting that last week we did hear from an FBI agent who said that he had not heard from Gucci Mane either. He also noted that there were no working video cameras inside this recording studio at the time of this incident. Darcy.
If Gucci does not testify, the question of is Pooh cooked comes down to 2 paragraphs in the complaint plus 1 picture. I'll show them to you and walk you through it. What's very interesting about the picture is this is not like what you might imagine the recording studio looks like, with a couch, a bunch of buttons and boards, a glass plate, and then boom, the recording area directly in front of you. It looks like the recording area is somewhat off to the side, completely enclosed. It is not at all clear that anybody in the control room could actually see into the studio. And it's definitely clear that there could be people in parts of the control room who would not be able to see into the recording area at all.
I even know that Gucci Mane has been paying blogs to repost Big 30's lawyer saying that Gucci Mane is not going to cooperate with the feds. Gucci Mane is really concerned with his public reputation. He's really concerned with how people is viewing him. And he don't want to be viewed as a rat, but it's too late. It's too late. You can't do all that telling you did, identifying people, identifying Big 30, Pooh Shiesty, telling them folks everything when you thought it was off the record. But then once they put it on the record, you all of a sudden don't want to speak to the police no more, and you shy. But Pooh Shiesty lawyer came and spoke to the public, and he essentially put Gucci Mane on blast, right? He revealed that, again, RD, aka Gucci Mane, 100% gave a statement to law enforcement officials the night that the incident happened. He didn't even wait a day. He gave us a statement that night. And that Gucci Mane is 100% scheduled to testify against, well, not testify, but he's already scheduled to meet with the FBI again and give a statement according to the FBI in court.
COHEN, Psalm Zengane, John Helms. Any question, just look straight in the middle. Yeah. Thank you. So we had a bond hearing today and a PC hearing today. I think that the relevant things that were said today that I thought were fascinating were that it took 3 months to build a case. And I think the reason for that was because the statements that were given on the evening that this occurred were very questionable. I think the way that the statements were made, what was made, what allegedly was witnessed and what wasn't witnessed, I think gave great pause to the FBI. The FBI doesn't take 3 months to arrest someone if they believe everything that was said on the night that it occurred. They were involved the first night, and then nothing happened for 3 months. In addition to that, that I thought was quite embarrassing was that an FBI agent says they don't have the resources to keep their eye on an individual. This is allegedly an individual that committed a crime that they then didn't watch to see if the guns were present, if the jewelry was present. And what didn't we hear today? What we didn't hear today is there is no contract, this mystery contract. They have no contract. They have no video of this alleged signing of a contract. They have no guns. They have no jewelry. They have none of that physical evidence. What they have is they have allegedly 5 individuals, one of them being a very well-known individual that is allegedly cooperating with the government and making these allegations against my client and many more.
Y'all know my rule, man. If Pooh Shiesty did this, lock him up and throw away the keys. I have no remorse. But I do think it's disingenuous and dishonest and kind of really absurd that Gucci Mane is the sole reason why Pooh Shiesty was indicted. If Gucci Mane didn't talk to law enforcement officials, if he didn't tell, that night, Pooh Shiesty wouldn't have gotten indicted. They don't have anything on Pooh Shiesty. They have no video footage. They have no weapon. They have nothing. All they had was Gucci Mane's word this happened, and they arrested by Pooh Shiesty. So you can't single-handedly give somebody an indictment and then put out PR about how, oh, we're not working with the feds. Bro, it's too late. You already work with the feds. You already got this man an indictment. He's already under federal indictment because of you, right? Because of you. And, the lawyer kind of went into this, and then towards the end, he kind of broke down how, the feds are saying, like, Gucci Mane plans on cooperating. The feds are saying they got a date already scheduled where they're meeting up with Gucci Mane for him to tell them more about this information.
I'm going to take like 1 or 2 questions and then we're going to scoop.
You're essentially arguing they've got only a he said kind of case, no evidence.
Correct. Yeah, it's very fair. I think that this is a he said type of a case. I mean, obviously, there's 5 individuals on one side. What we're missing are the other people that were present in the room, right? The owner of the studio, who says he didn't hear anything or see anything. The way they leave the studio, where no one is in concert with anybody else, no one's arguing with anyone else. One of the individuals says, "Hey, can I get my watches?"
It's not looking good right now for Ebro, Rosenberg, and Laura Stiles, the former Hot 97 hosts. They're currently the laughingstock of the internet. And a lot of people is taking a lot of joy and pride in their downfall and their failures. They've only been independent content creators for about a few months now, and they're already complaining. Now, the reason why them struggling as independent creators is amusing, is rewarding to a lot of people, is because they've spent years, maybe a decade, talking down upon YouTubers for just being YouTubers. They had a track record specifically when they were talking about people like DJ Academics and DJ Vlad of saying things like, man, y'all just YouTubers. Y'all not nobody, bruh. And they would say those things to diminish DJ Vlad and DJ Academics when people brought up the fact that, Vlad platform and Academics platform was outperforming High 97. They would say, man, y'all just YouTubers. Like, y'all sitting down with 6, now we sitting down with presidents. Like, that would be, right, like their response. So because of that, people were very excited to hear Ebro admit defeat and confess that they were having a very tough time booking certain guests now that they are independent YouTube creators. That the guests that would just pop up to Hot 97 and F with them ain't really trying to F with them no more now that they're independent. And he's complaining about this, and people are celebrating because now you finally understand, all right, that these people weren't pulling up because you had this much cachet. They were pulling up, right, because you was under a brand.
Oh, now things are tougher. You know what I'm saying? We're just ELR. We don't even have the cosign of the heritage logo. You know what I'm saying? We're not traditional media anymore. We're just some people on YouTube, so it's a lot different.
Hey, don't
that
say
is
it like
true.
that.
They may act different out here.
No, Laura, I'm telling you, people are acting different.
I know.
You haven't experienced people acting different?
Yes.
Somebody I've known for 30 years. The other day, I was talking to them about some artists they work with and me wanting them on this show.
Uh-huh.
And they were like, yeah, send me some details about the show.
Nah.
We gotta send out a press kit.
Nah, bro.
That's where we're at now.
It's underrated. People get weird, man. And Ebro made a great point yesterday. I hit you guys up to be like, yo, how cool is Rhea? She immediately hits the collab. She got 7 million followers. All good. I got you. With these artists that we've known for years, you try to collab them on something. They act like their Instagram's so damn precious. They can't accept the collab to promote. That's what the trade-off is here. And Ebro, you made the point. Yo, rappers may be among the weirdest of people. I don't know why people get so weird, but they do.
No, rappers are weirdos, bro. Oh, now things are tougher. You know what I'm saying? We're just ELR. We don't even have the
Who cares about Ebro in the morning? Umar Johnson bows to Tariq Nasheed. Let's check this out.
Sorry, Dr. Johnson.
Still traveling.
Yeah.
Not as much lately because we've been focusing on FDMG.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you an update on FDMG, Bobby David, and we spoke last time I was on the show that on the Honorable Frederick Douglass's 200s, not his 200s, like his 207th birthday now, February 14th, we completed everything, not only the renovations, but also the clean out of the school. And we just ready now to decorate the school, but we have to get our final building inspection and our certificate of occupancy. And just to keep the people aware of what's going on, the building inspector for our district, Bobby David. I don't think he's a Dr. Umar supporter at all. He is a black man, and he is the descendant of immigrants who came to this country. And I think that he is either he himself came to the country or he is the descendant of immigrants who came to this country, respectfully. And he doesn't really care for me, to be honest with you. And I noticed just by his behavior over the 7 years that we've had the school. The last time I saw him was on March 10th. We did a walk through the building. He told me he would give me a phone call because my whole thing is where we are now. We're ready for our inspection and we're ready for our certificate of occupancy. He said he would get back to me. It's been almost a month. He has not gotten back to me yet. This is not the first time I've asked him to get in contact with me. There's been times before where I've asked him to get in contact with me. Once I asked him to do a pre-walkthrough, this a couple of years ago. I wanted him to do a pre-walkthrough, Baba, to tell us if there's anything he thinks we need to focus on. And he said he would get back to me, and he never did. And I have a whole list of things that he's done through the years that were kind of, a little bit, that just kind of showed me that he wasn't particularly supportive or interested in helping us get our building inspection. So right now I have an attorney looking at the situation, how we should proceed, because we should have our certificate of occupancy. We should have already had our final building inspection, and it's being held up by the inspector of our district. And he's of Jamaican origin, and I love my Jamaican Africans. Everybody know I love Jamaica. It's one of my favorite places to be in the world. I'm a very big deal in Jamaica. Jamaica is a very big deal to me. But unfortunately, I have a building inspector who is of Jamaican heritage who does not show any signs whatsoever of being supportive of Dr. Umar in getting this final inspection and his certificate of occupancy. So that's what we're fighting now. The school is done. It's just sitting there, and we're trying to find out why this man hasn't contacted me to schedule a date to come in and do the inspection. But like I said, I have an attorney looking at it, and we'll see where it goes from here. But we're being held up from our building inspector. And I just hope and pray, Baba David, that this isn't another case of a black immigrant versus a black freedman, because I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe we are all one people. I don't care whether you was born in America, whether you came by ship, whether you came by plane, whether you came by boat. We are one people, one family, one race. But I must be honest with you, it is starting to look like a black immigrant versus a freedman type of a situation.
Well, we talked about this. So now all of a sudden he's a freedman.
I'm gonna put it like this. I gotta give Lee Honor the belt. He got the belt. He got the belt. For this one, he got the belt. When it comes to Umar attacks, he got the belt. I'm taking off my belt and I'm handing it to him. He got it. Oh, thank you, fam. Thank you for becoming a member. Salute, salute, salute. I'm taking off my belt and I'm giving it to him. He got the belt now. For all you don't know, I was the #1 exposer of Umar for a long time. I exposed Umar so much, I stopped exposing him. Because I felt like if you're still following him at this point, hey, it is what it is. I got bigger fish to expose right now. I completely zombified this man. So I thought everybody else who was coming after me, they was just like rehashing stuff I already brought up and I already said. But what Lee Honor did right here, I think the brother name is Lee Honor, is crazy. I don't even know how this popped up and how I saw this. But for all you who don't know, Umar Johnson is now engaging in FBA style xenophobia. That's right, family. That's right. We're going to watch it right now. Umar Johnson is now doing this. And I was the first to expose him when he first did this. He dipped his toe into the...
All right, let's get back to the Hebrew Israelites for a minute. Captain Tazaryach again. Are Latinos and Native Americans part of the 12 tribes of Israel?
That delineation, right, to dig deeper into the identity, I think one thing that you're going to find is, at least within America, the demographic, we're delineating from everybody, and there is no rainbow coalition, meaning that we don't, ain't no black and brown coalition, so none of that. And so the relationships are strained, and so it's like now we have to dump that question on you, Captain Tazaryach. Like, how does this... Where did you guys come up with the idea that Mexicans and Native Americans is part of the tribe? You know everyone's gonna have a problem with that. You got to make it make
right.
sense for the people, like, because I think a lot of people gonna disagree and they're gonna stand on that disagreement. So I think that's gonna be a hurdle, that because a lot of people, even myself, I disagree. Like, I don't see how we're the same people at all. I don't look at none of them as my people or people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, make it make sense in terms of how you guys connected them to the so-called identity of the tribes of Israel. Go for it, brother.
So I appreciate it. So when we say black people are the Jews, that's one tribe. There's 11 other tribes besides the tribe of Judah. And so those 11 other tribes were scattered too. So when our school was established in 1969, we went about searching the history, searching the Bible to see where these other tribes are. In our search of these other tribes, we start finding in history that the Seminole Indians, for example, spoke Hebrew. Mexicans spoke Hebrew. Puerto Ricans spoke Hebrew. They knew what tribe they was from. The Seminole Indians.
Ain't nobody speak no damn Hebrew, man. Where's he getting this from? What is this? Yo, this shit is crazy, yo. This shit is crazy. The Seminole spoke Hebrew. This one spoke Hebrew. Da, 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 da. Listen, for everybody, this is what I learned from, you know what? I'm going to show it on the screen. That's what I'm going to do. All right, let's continue to play what he's saying, though.
Indians knew that they was from in a book called The Lost Tribes in Promised Land. The Seminole Indians know that they from the tribe of Reuben, and their brother Joseph is on the island nearby. Joseph is Manasseh, which is the Cubans, and Ephraim, which is the Taino Indians. So when we start looking at this history, which predates our school, this history is saying that. And then we read in the Bible in 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, when it says that the 10 tribes traveled to a land that took a year and a half to get to, that is called Arsareth. Arsareth is the location of North America. So now we're seeing that the tribes get here before we got here. We can read that in the Bible. So North America. So now we're seeing that how did these tribes get here before we got here? We can read that in the Bible. So we took these to a land that took a year and a half to get to, that is called Arsareth. Arsareth is the location of North America. So now we're seeing that how did these tribes get here before we got here? We can read that in the Bible. So we took the emotion out of it. We took the feeling out of it. And so the Bible say, let God be true and every man a liar. So we would be a liar if we're denying, if they know that they're Israelites, and before we know that we're Israelites, how can we deny them being Israelites?
So there's two different scriptures then that. So basically, the scriptures that denote Black Americans being a part of the tribes is the Deuteronomy scriptures, and you're mentioning Ezra to connect the other the Native Americans and Mexicans, because one thing we have to understand, from my understanding, like they was never slaves, and so they don't fit this.
What they don't tell you is the Scythians, the Israelites who went to Persia, left and went and merged with the Scythians, and the Scythians is the one that went up into Europe and came across. Those are the lost tribes that you are. So the white people, who the Scythians are the Israelites. That's how they make up the 12-tribe chart. So the 3 tribes, Levi, Judah, and Benjamin, came from 70 AD to North Africa. Then from North Africa, they creep down to West Africa. That's the people that came over on the transatlantic slave trade. Then the other 10 tribes or whatever, those tribes came over a year and a half to Arzareth. Arzareth is not a real place. You got to break the word down. The reason why you have a Arzareth is because of a mistransliteration by the people, because Latin, when you're bringing down from Hebrew to Greek, because 2nd Ezra chapters 13, chapters 3 to 14 was written by a Palestinian Jew. So it probably was written in Hebrew. And what happened is, when you're bringing down the Hebrew to Greek, and you're changing the words to match it in, if it's not a word in Greek, sometimes you bring words down that don't. This is how you end up with Arzaretz instead of Eheretz, Aretz, or whatever it is. It just means another land from Deuteronomy 29. But what happened is they made a regular noun, land, they made it into a proper noun. When you make it into the writer who wrote it in Greek, he made it a proper noun, so it means an actual location now to the people who are reading it. But Second Esdras is a compilation of 3 different writings, because chapters 1 and 2 contradict the doctrine, because chapter 1 and 2 says God is done with Israel. He's done with Israel. He's going. It's a replacement theology. They take about a new people that God is going to rock with because the Israelites did not want to listen. So now they merged chapters 1 and 2 with 3 and 14, and then merged chapters 15 and 16. So they were written in the 1st century, 2nd century, and 3rd century. These guys don't know this. They just take a book because the elders read it and they think it is what it is. Columbus never said ours earth was America. Remember the guy came on a couple of weeks ago and embarrassed himself trying to say, yes, Columbus said it. That's why the Jewish encyclopedia has not responded to you. Da, da, da. That's where they got it from. So the lost lands and tribes or whatever he's talking about, that guy is not saying that they are. He's just saying what other people are saying. So maybe they're not reading that book properly. So you are, in a year and a half, I'm going to talk about ours earth in 2 weeks. So I'm going to play BK Apologist video, and I'm going to break down Second Esdras, how that book was compiled. Because remember, you have one version, which is a Latin version, which has all it from chapters 1 to 16. That's the only people that has chapters 1 to 16, the Christians. Remember they say the Christians hate Israelites and this and that. They're the one that preserved chapters 1 to 16. If you go to the Syriac, if you go to the Ethiopic, if you go to any version, Armenian, whatever, none of them have chapters 1 and 2 and chapters 15 and 16. They're missing. And then on top of it, when you combine it to 1 to 16, it's 2 different Ezras are writers. In Ezra 1, chapter 1, it says the prophet Ezra. In Ezra 3, it's Salathiel, who is also known as Ezra. So it contradicts itself. This is why when you use Second Esdras, you got to see why they didn't consider it canon. Once it's not considered canon, why would you make it the canon? All right, cool. All right.
Description of the scattering.
But that's not true, because the transatlantic slave trade started with them first.
Who?
With the natives.
So okay,
when Christopher Columbus came over here, they experimented the transatlantic slave trade by taking 1,100 Taino Indians back to Spain. That's the real route.
Okay, but Taino Indians, like from my understanding, historically, they're not really around like that, like, right? So it's like, okay, how else could I frame it? Because I feel like today, the Taino Indians probably looked a lot more like FBAs back in the day in terms of dark melanated people, indigenous people. We probably all looked more melanated and closer. In today's times, people would argue that, hey, we ain't this, we is not the same people. Look at us just genetically. We don't even look up. Right. We're not even connected genetically. We're different people. So it's like, how are we the same?
So here's what might make it simpler. Just like, remember earlier when you said the 40 million Black people, and the first thing I said was, if their father's Black, because we're patrilineal.
Right.
So when we say Taino Indians, Mexicans, I'm not.
Hey, yo, Peace Garfield is muted.
Oh, thank you. Oh, man.
You're welcome. Hey, I want to talk real quick about that part real quick, though. Because he talked about the Puerto Ricans and stuff. I want to get the breakdown, a quick, reference for the DNA, diverse in Puerto Ricans. So roughly Puerto Ricans are around 64 to 80 or 68% European, mainly Spanish, 21% African, which don't take it as just sub-Saharan African. A lot of that is North African too. And I'm going to bring that article. If you go to my post, if y'all remember like a year or two ago, I brought up about the Egypt Genome Project, right? So they just published the peer-reviewed study, the preprint of the Egypt Genome Project, whole genome sequencing of 1,024 Egyptians, characteristics, population structure, and genetic diversity on April 6, 2026, right? And in this study, I think it's on page, I think it was 12 or something like that. Give me a second. It says Puerto Ricans as a non-Middle Eastern component are one of the closest one out of Tuscany. This is on page 13. Among non-Middle Eastern population, Tuscany 0.039 and Puerto Rican 0.040 were nearest, as expected given shared Mediterranean and admixed ancestry, respectively. Sub-Saharan African populations were the most distant, with Mende 0.096, Luya 0.095, and Gambian Mandinka 0.091, showing the largest distances. And so the other part of the Puerto Rican autosomal profile is 12 to 15% indigenous Taino. I have around 15% Taino admixture. So that means my father has around 30% indigenous Taino.
You know what's crazy is that no matter what we say, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. We could bring all the information, the distribution of the Y chromosome haplogroup QM242. We could bring Y DNA of African slaves contrasted with the Y DNA of indigenous Americans. We could show them all its sources, Native American paternal lineage. Look at what they're having. C, Q, and R accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes, the paternal group. Haplogroups C and Q were deemed to represent early Native American found in Y chromosome lineages. However, most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely came from recent admixture with Europeans. Same thing with African Americans. 30% have Y DNA R marker because of the slave trade. They were sleeping with our women and having children. This is why we have some of these weird last names. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we present, my brother. They're not going to listen to it. They don't want the truth. They want lies. What Tazaryach is saying, he cannot change his argument until his elder tells him, oh, you can't teach this no more. It don't make a difference what we tell him. What sources we bring, it don't matter. Listen to the rest of this.
I'm not saying every Mexican. I'm saying if on their father's side, because you have two type of Latinos.
Right, Afro.
You have Spaniard Latinos and you have ethnic Latinos. So when a Latino brother or sister comes up to us and they say they're Mexican or they're Puerto Rican, the first thing we ask them, are you Spaniard or ethnic? Are you native? If they say they're Spaniard, then they're not one of us, because we know the conquistadors conquered, a lot of them tribes. If they say they're Aztec, if they say they're native, then they can be one of us. So it's not like, I don't want people, and we don't do the lookership, meaning the lookership is to look at a person from the outside. What I always upset people with, for example, is like Bob Marley is regarded as a Jamaican, right? I'm saying that for my FBAs. I didn't want to say black, and then FBA,
right.
Nah, he ain't black, he's Jamaican.
Right.
But for us, Bob Marley is a white man, because Bob Marley father is white.
Gotcha.
And if you was to ever Google Bob Marley's father, he looks like Bob Marley in blackface. The same skinny nose, lips, all the features that Bob Marley has comes from his white father, but the look that he has come from his Jamaican mother. So he has the kinky hair like his mother. He has the skin complexion like his mother. So most people would say, that's my brother because he's Jamaican. We would never say that. But let's take Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey, although she don't really have no melanin, barely, she has a black father. That black father just sold out and slept with a white mother. So we go by who the seed is. So we don't look at it from the look.
So what do you do with all the African American males who are in ISUPK who has the R marker that goes back to Europe? What do you do with that? What do you do with that? It's amazing how ridiculous this is. This is Hebrew Israelism and their fake history. And you want to say you're the people because you're suffering. Black folks are going to continue to suffer until whenever, until the world changes. We lost the wars, and Africa right now is controlled by mostly outsiders. So I don't know what's going to happen for the future, but this is why I tell everybody, you got to be aware of being in these cults, because these cults would listen, man. I've been a witness. I was a part of a cult, and I was a witness to them getting an order to kill somebody who is a member of the cult. And you got to follow through with that order. So if General Yohana say, yo, Captain, I found out Tazaryach was an agent. He's talking to the FBI. I want you to wire his car, blow him up, and kill him. You have to do it when you're in a cult. These things are dangerous. I'm not saying they're going to put a hit out on Tazaryach for being an agent. And I'm just giving a hypothetical. So this is what cults are. This is why I preach so much against the cultism of these things. Because at the end of the day, cults are bad for people. Period. Cults are bad. But let me listen to the rest of this. This is hilarious, by the way.
Because black people have the ability to make every color. We can make a red bone, or we can make Wesley Snipes black.
Right.
Like there's people, there's a set of Aboriginal melanated people. I'm not saying they're one of us, but they're a set of Aboriginal melanated people that have blonde hair and blue eyes, but they have brown skin, and they have never been around white people. Only white people can't create different shades of melanin, meaning like they can't create a dark skinned person, but we can create a dark skin or light skin. And the colorism or lookership comes from things like the brown paper bag test, comes from the doll test where they would take the black doll and a white doll and say which one is ugly, which one is cute. So when a black person sees a light-skinned person like myself, like part of the reason when I say I took my DNA for ancestry, like went to the white man, I don't struggle with whether I'm black or not. I know I'm black. But when people see I'm light-skinned, they be like, Cat, you gotta be white, your daddy white, or something like that. So when I take it and it say I'm not, when it say I'm black, then I can say, look, so you can't come to me with that anymore. So your complexion doesn't determine who you are to us. If we can line up historically who you are and biblically who you are, that's why Deuteronomy 28 applies to the Latino tribes too. Because when Columbus and them started the transatlantic slave trade from America to Spain first, then they came from Africa to the Americas. And then another piece of history most people don't know, the Alamo. You're familiar with the Alamo, right?
Explain to us.
The Alamo is when the Mexican president abolished slavery. Like they would never
1829, right?
Right. And so they won't teach that. They make it seem like Mexicans always hated us, not realizing if the white man is the devil and he could divide black people, you don't think he could divide us from other nations? So as Texas is belonging to Mexico, New Mexico is belonging to Mexico, Arkansas, Kansas. The reason why is because when he goes to abolish slavery and the white man don't want to abolish slavery, now you got the Mexican president fighting for black people.
But wasn't the Mexican president at that time, wasn't he virtually black himself? That's
the argument that black. That's the argument that
those
black
Mexicans, that Mexican president and the Mexicans of today are not the same people from what we see. What I mean by that is the relationship is so strained. Tazaryach, like even in the prison, the Serenos, them guys is hitting up NK, which stands for the N-word killer. They done firebombed black residents in California. Like they have a history. Like it's they ride with the Aryan whites in prison. Like we do not get along like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's go ahead.
I was gonna say the danger of using violence as the answer is because, you know, violence exists everywhere. Violence can't be the reason why we're not the same people. Otherwise, Bloods and Crips are not the same black people then. In Jersey, where I'm from, the crews that we would have over there before Bloods and Crips infiltrated our crew, like Rock House, the crew I was in, or Curry Woods projects, and we going to war with all of them, and that didn't them wasn't my brothers. Curry Woods project, them brothers, I was cool with some of them, but then they ain't my brothers because they're from a different gang than me. So now we're no longer brothers. So we can't use violence or go into war with another people, because the Democrats and Republicans are white people. They go to war with each other, but they know that they're brothers. If somebody harms them, they will unify and fight the enemy. So we can't use violence to separate us, because when we have points of history where we was together, even another good book is called Black Indians. When black people first came over here, we were actually united with the Native Indians too, because we had one common enemy, the white man. Then what did the white man do? He started letting Indians have slaves. He started letting blacks essay the natives to create that animosity towards us. So if we could start by understanding the white man is the devil, it'll cure a lot. The prison system is segregated. Why do you think brothers, when they go in there, they become Muslims? Because Muslims is protection, not only from the Aryans, but also from other black people.
You know, I heard there's a Hebrew car in prison now. my partner was part of the Hebrew car. You know what I'm saying? One of my partners was on the Hebrew car, on everything. That's what I heard. So
Yeah.
just
Listen,
so
I
you
wouldn't
know.
be surprised, because when you're in prison, prison is a pure survival
Mm-hmm.
mode. So it ain't even about, even if, let's say if you white and you ain't really with the Aryans, you still, like if you was an accountant for larceny, you go to jail for something like that, right? And you go into prison, you might not rock with the Aryans out in the world, but in the prison, you're gonna rock with the Aryans. You might not rock with the Muslims in the world, but in the prison, you're gonna rock with, because you're trying to survive.
Right.
So I never use the prison as the example, because that's pure survival.
Gotcha.
That's not reality. But out here, and again, I want to reiterate, we're not saying every Mexican, every Puerto Rican, we're not saying all of them. We're only saying the ones that are ethnic or native to the land, because you can go in the island of Puerto Rico and find Hebrew manuscripts, Hebrew writing. You can find that. You can find in the Aztec area. You can find throughout history. You can find Israelite culture, Israelite identity. So as far as Israelites go, I mean, the history just say they Israelites. The prophecies just say they Israelites. So who am I? If I'm gonna be an Israelite, I gotta accept it.
So I just want you to know, some of us is gonna stand.
Yeah,
still
listen,
in
stand
disagreement,
on it.
but that's okay.
Yeah,
But we're gonna separate.
y'all the babies to me. Not when I'm saying baby,
I get you.
I don't want nobody to
I
be
get you.
offended. I'm talking about just on your journey of learning.
Right,
I look
right.
at you like in a minute, you're gonna be right there with me. Like
Gotcha.
Cat was right. You're gonna come, YG gonna come back to me. Yo, I was doing some studying after we got on the phone, man. After that live, man, you got a point here.
This was disgraceful. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he's actually saying, and let's look at the information that comes up behind what he's saying. I wish me and Yawasab could debate again on this, because I think there's a lot that I left out that's important for people to understand why they believe what they believe. How did Indians possibly learn Bible concept or ideas? One, Christian missionaries, Jews, European contact, translating Bible into Native American languages. This is important because, hold on a second. Praying towns. Praying towns, the term praying towns generally refers to the Christian Indian community set up by the Massachusetts Bay Colony between 1651 and 1674. So you had these where the residents were required to follow a legal code designed to force them into English, social, and political patterns. Christian Indians led each town, although Elliott and Bay Colony officials supervised their actions. In 1674, this program and Puritan influence was extended to 7 additional Nipmuc towns farther west, alarming other native and colonial leaders and contributing to the tension that resulted in the King Philip's War. The Society for the Propagation for the Gospel in Foreign Parts was organized after Reverend Dr. Thomas Bray visited the American colonies and found the Anglican Church there in disarray. He obtained a charter from King William III in 1701 to establish SPG as an organization authorized to send priests and school teachers to America to minister to colonists and to take the message of the gospel to the slaves and Native Americans. Bear in mind, this is old 1701 because the claims of Israelite claims have been made from the 1500s. And those people who made that up are coming from a biblical worldview. All right. Bible translations in Native American language from the 16th century. So from the 1500s, the Quechua, which is the most popular language amongst the Native Americans, or I should say Native Indians, or I should say natives, Mayan, Algonquin, Muskogean, Iroquoian, Uto Aztecan, Guarani. Where is the Hebrew language preserved in the native languages? Jose de Costa and other eminent scholars rejected the possibility of Native Americans being descendants of Hebrews. As Acosta sensibly asks, how can it be when the Jews have been so assiduous in preserving their language and ancient customs, to the point that in every part of the world where they live today, they differ from the rest? That in the Indies alone, they have forgotten their ancestry, their law, their ceremonies, their Messiah, and finally all their Jewishness. Good sense arguments have never stopped absurd theories, and the Hebrew origin hypothesis was no exception. Instead, it spread to North Europe in 1644. So basically, those questions by Jose da Costa and scholars back then in the 1700s were some beautiful questions, very thought-provoking questions. So now, if we look, they say, where is the language? This is one of the most important things. So if you look at Judeo-Persian in general, the Jewish community in Iran, one of the oldest in the world, dates back to the 8th century, while adhering their religious tenets, even under severe persecution. Iranian Jews have readily adopted Iranian culture and literature and still regard them as their own. Iranian Jews speak local dialects invaluable to linguistic research, as well as unique varieties of Persian with dialectical and Hebrew-Aramaic influences. The Hebrew scroll of Esther, as well as the Aramaic Proto-Esther scroll, suggests that found in Qumran, suggests that already in the Achaemenid period, the language of Iranian Jews included a substantial Persian component. But there's something called Judeo-Iranian, Judeo-Arabic. These are things that's repleted with biblical Hebrew. So they still kept the language. So in my debate with Yawasap, I brought out the cross-comparative linguistic analysis. I learned this from Asar Imhotep. He said, when you're measuring if languages are related, you find some common words that would be in every single culture. You would find the word father, mother, brother, sister, man, child, the sun in the sky. You'll find a word for all of them. So all you got to do is put it together. And if all 5 matches, then you could come to the conclusion there is a connection. Worse, if none of the words match, none of the words here actually match. And what happened is, when I went through all the languages and everything, and you see that it's a difference in all the words. None of the words sound alike or look alike. And what happened? What did we find out? There's no Native American language that is spoken, that is known, that is connected to Hebrew. Columbus interpreters, they like to say, when Columbus came, he knew there were Jews. No, he did not. He thought he was going to India. He thought until his, I think the 3rd or 4th voyage, that's when he realized he was in somewhere different. He called them Indians. So now we have records from the time of commentary from the time of Columbus, where the person describes what happened. They went to Cuba, and the Cubans were saying, ciao, ciao, chibao, chibao. They couldn't speak whatever language they had. He had a guy that could speak Hebrew. He had a guy that could speak Sumerian, and I think Aramaic or Arabic. And what happened? He couldn't communicate because they couldn't speak the language. They didn't know the language of Hebrew. So what did Columbus do? They took 9 of them, brought them back to Spain, teach them Spanish, bring them back to the Caribbean, and have them become their translators. That's how they were able to communicate. And also they use sign language. James Adair, the good old James Adair, man. I tell you, James Adair is a piece of work, yo. Hold on a second. This is, yeah, Columbus thought he was indeed on the map attributed to his brother Bartolomeo, dated to 1503 to 1505. A continuation between Asia and the mainland can be seen that expands far to the southeast, trespassing the equinoctial line and named Mondo Novo. However, the overthrow of traditions as a course of, eventually, you could screenshot it. Where did these savages come from? To whom, due to the original Columbian era, the name Indians was given from the very beginning? Did these human beings really have a soul? So there was an argument. He wanted to know who they were, but he never thought they were Jews. There's no records of him saying they were Jews or the lost tribes or whatever. And in fact, if you look at, let me see if I have it right here in this slide, right over this side. No, I don't have it. Yeah, they thought England was the fourth corner of the earth. The idea of an exile that is coming to an end becomes Israel's project to achieve the readmission of Jews to England, where they have been absent since expulsion in 1290. In medieval Hebrew literature, England had also been designated one of the four corners of the earth. England was just the last corner, still devoid of Jews. The return of the Jews to this corner of the world is therefore one of the prerequisites for the beginning of the Messianic era. So that's why they were arguing about what it's for and whatever. But look at when the Jews, when they draw themselves, look at how they look. The Jews in England in the 13th to the 19th century. This is how they look, family. Let's take a look. Though he's described by Carlton as Dr. Lopez, a Jew, Lopez was actually a Marrano, one who claimed to be a Christian to avoid persecution. Since the Jews were expelled from England in 1290, they were unable to practice their faith openly, but there's evidence that many continued to observe Jewish customs in private. Lopez was a prominent circle of 80 to 90 Portuguese Marranos living in London at the end of the 16th century. Jews in England, 13th to 19th century. Upper margin of the Exchequer receipt roll, Hilary and Easter terms, 1233 AD, almost 60 years before Jewish expulsion from England. Prominent Jews of the time, such as Moshe Mackay, his name is barely visible, circled in red, and Isaac the Norwich are drawn. Source, the National Archives, London, Jews in London, 13th century. Jews are depicted prior as non-blacks. So this is how they are being depicted. So remember, they talk about these black Jews was in England and all that stuff. Yeah, all right, here you go. There's your black Jews. Rodrigo Lopez, a Jew in England during the 16th century, allegedly conspired to poison Queen Elizabeth. He's depicted in this 1627 book over 130 years before the Jewish Naturalization Act in 1753. So Jews were doctors and all type of stuff in there. And hold on. Page 164 of the book shows Rodrigo Lopez, the Puerto Rican Jew or Marrano, Elizabeth's personal physician, was drawn and quartered in 1594 for allegedly conspiring to poison the queen. Samson Gideon was a Sephardic Jewish banker who was active in the 18th century. Gideon is most prominently known for his financing of the Hanoverian Whig government suppression of the Jacobite Rising of 1745, subsequently becoming a trusted advisor of the government. And by the way, the Jacobite Rising has nothing to do with King James and to saying that he's a Jew and the Jacobites are Jews and they're black, and it's just foolishness. This is just what these guys teach, and they think they're right, and nothing is going to convince them. I could show them 1,000 different evidences. The Israeli father and son Sephardic Jews living in London after the 1753 Naturalization Act. They're going to say these were the white Jews, so you can't count them. Jews in Britain called fear in 1780, some 30 years after the Jews achieved, what do you call it? Fear is pretty much white. Are Jews black? Yeah. All right. Let's get back to some. Hold on. What is this? Oh, Dan. Okay, biblical DNA. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the ancient Sephardic Jewish samples that they sequenced in Spain, in Catalonia. This was just published, I think this month, either this month or last month. Let me see it. It was published. It was accepted. So it was published on March 23rd, 2026.
Yeah, bro. It does say Marano. What's wrong with because it said Marano? You don't know what a Marano is? All right, so let's get to this FBA conversation. Oh yeah, Umar Johnson almost got killed.
Sponsored by Kalshi. Umar Johnson almost lost his life over this school scam, according to a man who claimed he witnessed a gentleman pull up with a pistol to a church for Umar Johnson. We'll get back to the video shortly. It doesn't hit. But if you want to get paid by predicting, by clicking the link in my description, and a couple of years ago. But the reason why we're hearing about it now is because, like the man who documented this is apparently dropping a documentary on Dr. Umar Johnson's school scam, and he's releasing footage from that day.
Okay, so the Umar Johnson documentary.
Yeah, he's not.
Is he?
One day, me and a friend of mine named me and a friend of mine named Anissa, right? We're just randomly walking on 8th Avenue, and we seen like people marching. They being, you march, you get the police escort, and I'm into Marcus Garvey. So I see the Garvey flag. I got the Garvey. I said, no, this is cool. I'm following them. Got the Garvey flag out. I'm Garvey. They going to church on 127 on Adam Clayton Powell. Then we go into church now. We see Dr. Umar. I'm like, oh, that's Umar. She said, who's that? I said, you don't know Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar is that? Then they hit her like, oh, yeah, I know. She don't really know, but I know more about it because of school. So I'm not there to do no Umar documentary or nothing. I'm just there fascinated by Umar. And I know he said about the school, and I know it's taking time, and I heard certain things. So in that church on 127, when you go in, it's a hallway. And it's a door here, you go in, and a door here to go in the church to sit down. In between the doors is a hallway. We sat down, and we heard, nigga, what happened to the school? What's up with the school? And Umar didn't say anything. We just heard this man saying, nigga, what's up to school? And all of a sudden now, guy pulls out the gun. Because we heard there was 3 Garveyite women there. And they said, no, brother, don't do it, brother.
This is obviously no laughing matter. If we believe Umar Johnson is scamming, we should be pushing for Umar Johnson to go to jail, not for somebody to shoot and kill Umar Johnson in the middle of a church. So clearly, all right, we have that stance out there so nobody can misconstrue what I'm about to say. Now, this just goes to show people have been onto Umar Johnson for 5+ years now, because this incident apparently happened 4 or 5 years ago where somebody pulled up on him for running and perpetuating this school scam. Now, it was unclear the exact reason, because if they pulled up on Umar Johnson because they donated money to the school and they feel hoodwinked and violated and taken advantage of and scammed, and they want to take justice into their own hands, that's one thing. But it's hard for me to believe that somebody pulled up on Umar Johnson looking for that smoke because they donated. I don't think anybody is dumb enough to donate $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to Umar Johnson, something so substantial that they're willing to go to jail for a very long time over. I think the more logical conclusion here is the same thing that happened with Don. If you guys don't know who Don is, Don actually sued Umar Johnson and won in court. But Umar Johnson, apparently, I became his enemy because of this Don situation, okay? So when I was a small YouTuber, my guy called TCTV, he interviewed this guy called Don. Don was a homeless guy in Philadelphia. Now, Don did work on the school for Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson recruited Don to come and do work in the school. Now, Umar Johnson even allowed Don to sleep in the school, which was highly illegal. But Umar Johnson offered to pay Don, I believe, like $1,000 a month to do all type of handiwork in the school, right? For hours on end a day. Imagine doing 40 hours of work, right, per week for $1,000 a month. But Umar Johnson was taking advantage of this homeless guy. Now, when it was time to pay Don the $1,000, Umar Johnson gave Don like a 10% of it or 20% of it, and Don felt highly insulted because at the time, Don was coming up to the school to get the money from Umar Johnson so he could take a girl out on a date. Don priorities was effed up. So when he gets there thinking he about to have a lot of money to spend, Umar Johnson told him, hey, brother, I don't got it, man. Here is, right? So even with that situation, how he did Don, I could very easily see if Umar Johnson did the wrong person like that, I could very easily see somebody pulling up to get it back in blood. Now, if that's the case, now we got to re-examine this situation because I can't be no hypocrite, bro. I don't know what I would do if I'm at my lowest. If I'm as low as I could go, I'm in a very vulnerable position, and you play with my money, I don't know what I'll do. So I can't be no hypocrite here, man. I would have to know more.
That's when I was like, I got to get that. I jumped up. So I recorded running to the door. Remember, there's a door here.
You should work for TMZ.
And a door here.
That's what it sounds like, a TMZ moment.
Umar is like, yo, brother, why we got to do that, brother, this and that. As we going, because we way in the front and we could hear it.
And he's saying this is the brother who's pulling out the gun.
Dude pull out the gun on Umar, blow his head off. And all I see is the dude, the 3 Garvey-eyed women in between Umar and the shooter. And so he panicked because they're in the way. He gonna have to shoot them too. So by the time we got to the door, I seen the crack of the door, I could see. By the time we got there, he runs off. Umar now comes on the stage, and Umar's telling everybody what the noise was about. And Umar saying, I got to move different. I almost lost my life. This and that, this and that. So now years go by now. I know there ain't no school.
And this is what started you doing the Umar.
Right. Because he almost died. Homie came. And then.
So is this Umar documentary
This was recent.
finished?
This wasn't even, this was probably like, I'm going to tell you what year this was. This wasn't that long. This was probably like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or 5 years ago. This was around like before COVID.
Okay, so 2019?
Yeah, around there. So look now.
If that incident happened today, the reaction will be a whole lot different than the reaction from 5 years ago. That's just a fact. Because 5 years ago, for the most part, Umar Johnson would be a martyr. Oh my God, why are you trying to do that to the brother? The brother is building. Because at the time, people weren't really hip to the scam like that. In 2026, that happened. It's bad to say now, but it would be, man, hey, man. Man, don't be playing with folks' money, Umar. Hey, man, see, we try to warn you, Umar. That would be the reaction if something would have happened to Umar Johnson in 2026. Now, the brother moves on and talks about the school. Now, I seen a footage he's about to discuss, but I didn't know it was his footage. So he's about to discuss how, he's gone to the school a couple of times. He's gone and gotten footage from the school. He would even claim that he has went to the school as recently as this week, a couple of days ago. And when Umar Johnson talks about how the renovation is done, how the school looks amazing, the brother would claim that's false because he's went to the school as recently as this week. And what he saw is not a finished school. What he saw is a school that needs a hell of a lot more work.
On Frederick Douglass's birthday, we completed the renovations at FDMG, so we completely done. So the school is done. School is done.
Congratulations.
We're just trying to get an inspection now.
You know what I find interesting, Dr. Umar? People would like to say you a scammer, right? And I say Dr. Umar has the school. The school is
I
there.
don't mind the allegations, but show
renovations.
proof.
But the school is there. They can't say you didn't use the money
for 7 years.
To buy the building, to renovate it, and all of that type of stuff. But I have heard people say he'll never get accreditation.
Well, here's the thing. You don't need accreditation.
Years go by, no school, no school. So what I said was, I want to really see what's going on with this school. So that's when I booked the ticket, go to Wilmington, and I did the whole video forensics on the school, and it went viral.
Okay.
To where...
And this is the school where Umar...
Right. The top tier dudes on Umar is only one guy. He's the king of the Umar, anything with Umar. That's Leonard Horner. A guy named Leonard Horner. He's like the TMZ of tracking Umar everything. He put my footage up too because of the way I did it.
Okay.
2 other people went, but the way I did it was different. And that's when people really saw the devastation. That, okay, this is a game.
And this is current. This is something you have out currently.
So I said, I said, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do the Umar documentary because I got the footage from the church. So
how come you never thought to do a Diddy documentary? Do you
Diddy,
think now you should have?
Diddy,
You see what's happening now?
50 beat him to that one.
So
clearly.
So, all right, so we're gonna cut this short. We gotta get to the point factors here because we're gonna have to cut short.
So put it like this: my Umar footage made Umar showed up at the school recently when you saw him recently because it went viral, and then I went back again, and it went viral again.
Okay.
Because I did the follow up to see if
so
Umar,
you have a relationship with
when
Umar.
saw
Are
the
you
video,
guys...
no. When Umar saw the video, he knew he had to go do PR. And he said, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to fix that. So I gave him a chance. So I went back like a month ago.
Did you ever
Umar
try to
ain't
reach
fixed
out
nothing.
Did you ever try to reach out to him? Maybe.
Nah,
hear
he's
from
not going to
him?
respond to me.
So you're okay, because you kept putting him out
Because
there.
I know the truth now. You really
okay.
You
So
really chucking and jiving. You didn't do nothing for the school.
Obviously, I disavow all violence against Umar Johnson and anyone for that matter. But if you're Umar Johnson, you have to ask yourself, is this really the best way to keep myself safe? Right? To keep giving people the runaround? Think about it for a second, man. Is it really the best way for myself to keep taking people's money and keep giving them the runaround for this passion project that's probably never going to come into fruition? If you're Umar Johnson, right, and you really got to sit down with yourself and think, man, I'm giving...
Got it right now. Oh. I got what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try one more thing, then I'm gonna start the show. Tariq Nasheed, he did a show and he claims that I lost and the thing is, like, you can actually look anything you want up online nowadays. So I mean, why he's saying this stuff is beyond me. I don't even understand why people even be entertained by this guy. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. But let's just get down with the get down. Family, at the end of the day, if you say I lost, okay. But let's just start the show, fam. Let's just start the show. If you say I lost something, okay. But let's look at reality. Let's look at the reality of it. Let's look at the reality of it. Who really lost? Who really lost? I'm about to get busy. Fam. We about to turn up now. So y'all remember microphone check. This is, welcome to the poop show. I mean, welcome to the poop show. This is the FBA poop show. And I want you to pay close attention to this. Pay close attention to this. Pay close attention to this, fam. Do you remember when Tariq Nasheed said he lies about everything? Remember this announcement? Important announcement. All the nationwide theatrical screenings of the hip-hop film Microphone Check scheduled for tomorrow has been canceled because Puerto Rican photographer Joe Conzo sent a letter of our film distributor to our film distributor making a bogus copyright claim in order to spook, etc., etc. And here is the letter. However, let's look at where the conflict lies, because this is the poop show. In fact, Joe Conzo filed a lawsuit. He filed a lawsuit because Tariq Nasheed plagiarized his work for copyright. This is the fact of the matter. Like this guy just make up stuff as he go along. But I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out. He makes this stuff up as he go along. And as you can see, here is the lawsuit. Now, for all intents and purposes, this lawsuit was settled out of court. Because, how do I know? Because there is nothing on it. It disappeared. And normally when these type of cases disappear, copyright infringement. So he's saying that I lost something. What I lose? Konzo got paid. Not only did Konzo get paid, but all of the people that was associated with Konzo. Michael Thomas Holman, Harry Chalfant, Public Art Films. And he was not only suing Tariq Nasheed, he was suing Tariq Nasheed, King Flex Inc., and Doe's. That is John Doe's. In other words, you can sue John Doe's, which means that people that you have yet to identify. So he was not only suing Tariq Nasheed, he was suing anybody that was associated with it. I'm thinking about doing that too. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's a company that is allowing these lies to perpetuate, calling me a fed, I got to sue them too. You know what I'm saying? I got to sue them too. And they'll be John Doe's, and we'll name them John Doe's in the report. I mean, we'll be naming them John Doe's like right here in this lawsuit, and then we figure out how to flex the law, and then we take them too. Yeah, we take them too. We take them too. You know what I'm saying? Listen, and now FBA is literally paying for something that he had to do with microphone check. What did he have to do with microphone check? Bam. He had to make an AI movie with microphone check, and microphone check flopped. And the same thing that he says that he's going to do with Hidden Color 6, he's going to use AI. And this is what those who donated, they're going to pay for AI production. This is, I'll give recognition that this is a screenshot from Microphone Check. I do not own the rights to these AI pictures from Microphone Check. They are owned by Flex Entertainment and Tariq Nasheed, and this is for educational purposes on Moorish World TV. But that's what it is. It's AI. And now he's going to make another AI documentary, and that's according to him. That's not, but no, he's not going to make. It's already made. Remember, it's already made. How do we know it's already made? Because we already seen the 1 second. It's already made. Because let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, we got it around here somewhere. I thought I did. Where's microphone? Oh, they can microphone check right there too. Look at this. All AI. Look at that. All AI. Listen. Now, this is what I want to share with you also. So if anybody listens to Tariq Nasheed, right, and he says that his insurance company took care of whatever, this shows you that everything that Tariq does is entertainment. It's entertainment. FBA is entertainment. It falls under entertainment. Everything is under either Melanoid Nation or Flex Entertainment. It's all entertainment. And this is why it's such an embarrassment that we as a people are so intelligent that some of us fall for this okie doke. Yeah. That some of us fall, because we're supposed to be more intelligent than this. Like, we're supposed to be more intelligent than this. For some reason, somebody is dropping the ball on their intelligence. But hey, it is what it is. But now, let's go here. So Tariq said in the video that I lost something. I don't know what he mean by I lost something. But since Tariq has came sideways, unprovoked to myself 3 years ago. Let's see this. 3 years ago, Tariq had a ring on his finger. Yesterday, and it's been quite some time now. Oh, y'all don't hear me? Oh yeah, we putting up the scoreboard. That's all we doing. We putting up the scoreboard. And quite some time now, you have lost it all. And quite some time now, you've lost your ring. It appears that you lost your whole family playing this game. That's what it appears, that you lost your whole family playing this game. And you're still playing the game?
I thought my game was strong.
Everybody hit that thumbs up.
Listen to her mom. I don't know where I went wrong, but she's gone. Lexi's gone. Lexi's gone. Lexi's gone. I thought my game was strong. She finally listened to her mom. I don't know where I went wrong, but she's gone. Lexi's gone. Lexi's gone. Lexi's gone. She must have watched an episode of Morris World TV with that buck-eyed guy always talking about me. Hope you
being on me, I did see early in the night. You know what I mean? Reading is fundamental. So it's comic. I'm going to put the link in there so you can read along with me. 1 second. Let me put the link in there for you. Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, I'm winging it tonight, but I'm going to get it right because I'm going to put this. I want you to follow me, family. Okay, here we go. Let me put the link in there so y'all can read it with me. Here you go. Bam. There's the link right there. So I want you to read this along with me as I pull it up. I'm coming in 1 second. All right. Window, bam. About to pull it out right now. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go, family. I'm about to pull it up right now. And you can read along with me. Is that it right there? That ain't it right there. Oh, hold up. It's on the wrong page. I'm struggle streaming tonight. Let me discard that. Let me pull it up right here. Here we go. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I want to make sure that you can follow along with the story. You know what I mean? We're gonna read along like reading Rainbow. You know what I mean? There it is, right there. There it is, right there. Raining. So this is on comic. I just put the link in there. Let me share it with you. But this is the article that someone wrote. You know what I mean? This is the article that someone wrote. Now, it said Tariq Nasheed's wife, Peanut, was born to interracial parents. And now on this article, it reads as follows. Hold on. Tariq Nasheed and his wife, Peanut Nasheed, have certainly turned heads since their 2014 wedding. Why the buzz? Well, Peanuts is notably 15 years Tariq's junior. Born Alexis Murray Cobb Nasheed on December 29, 1988. She is currently 37. This was when she was 37 whenever this was written. While Tariq has hit the 50s. Tariq.
What's up? You needed something, Mika? Are you good?
Oh no, I'm just listening to you finish.
All right.
Is actually 56. Their romance extends well beyond their wedding day. Tariq, who started seeing his future soulmate in his mid-30s, had been sharing snapshots of their relationships since at least 2010. One particular Facebook photo from July 26th of that year captured a couple enjoying time together in Las Vegas, where Peanut was just 21 years old. Naturally, this significant age difference caught the attention of social media users who didn't hesitate to comment with remarks like, "She looks 12. Peanut could pass for your daughter." But despite the jokes and the raised eyebrows, their connection is stronger than ever at home. It is no quiet affair. Peanut and Tariq are parents of their 4 kids: Tariq Jr., Asar, Mateo. Now hold up, family. Listen. I don't want nobody getting all dewy-eyed about this conversation. You know what I'm saying? This is an article. From those with Caribbean heritage responded, right? She is not FBA. Her parents are biracial. Peanut's ethnic background has sparked intense curiosity and debate, particularly after rapper Luke Campbell stirred the pot by alleging that Tariq's married a white woman. This claim escalated into a full-blown internet feud, thrusting the issue into the spotlight. Tariq, an outspoken advocate for foundational Black American FBA culture, which recognized only descendants of U.S. slaves, distinct from those with Caribbean heritage, responded fervently. He defended his wife's identity on X, formerly Twitter, stating, "My wife is foundational Black American. She is not running for president. This is weird talking point for the DNC keep telling their plantation minions to use, show desperation. Kamala is a tether who does not have FBA lineage, just like you don't." That's what he said to Luke. Despite the assertive defense, the reality of Peanut's background contrasts with his claims. His mother, Corinne Murray Cobbs, her mother, Corinne Murray Cobb, or Connie Cobb, is white, a pastor of the First Baptist Church of North Hollywood, leading social work initiative, and running Operation Love Ministries. On the other hand, Peanut father, Maxime Guerrera, has Haitian heritage.
Oh, snap.
A fact confirmed by various social media posts referring their family Caribbean connections. One such post made by Connie said, "We have family in Haiti and good friends in Jamaica. I'm asking that you all pray for Haiti and Jamaica, especially as Cyclone Matthew heads this way. Haiti has endured more than its shares of heartache and desperation." So, family, I want to remind you that this show is called the FBA Poop Show. This is FBA Poop Show. It means that the FBAs, they're following in this cult fashion when the leader or the designer, the creator of FBA is not even sticking to his own criteria of what it is to be loyal to FBA concepts. He doesn't stick to it. This is literally a money grab, it appears. Anyway, she has a total of 6 siblings. As the youngest in her blended family, Peanut has 3 biological siblings: Amber, Carceres, Ryan E. Logan, and Rachel Boyd. Despite the demands of their individual lives, they continue to share a close bond. On May 13th, their mother, Connie, posted a photo of their siblings together at a family reunion. And family, I want to show you that I'm reading, once again, I want to show you that I'm reading from Comic Book Sci-Fi. I'm reading from Comic Book Sci-Fi. I didn't write this article. I'll look and see who wrote it in a minute, and I'm sharing it with you. Press a 7 if you understand what I'm saying. I didn't write this article. I didn't write this article. What I'm showing you, and I'm showing those that that follow this FBA leadership, they need to understand that the guy does not stick to even what he's talking about. And this is where Michigan Mogul, what's up, brother? That's my guy. He doesn't even stick what is happening today. I can't blame much for what happened yesterday, totality, but today, man, we should be more intelligent not to fall for the okie doke. And I refuse to blame Europeans before I take responsibility for myself. I mean, go right here. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? Tariq Nasheed for Melanoid Nation, Helping Hands for Haiti. Now don't it make sense to you? Don't it make sense to you? Huh? Own shingdings at the Hidden History Museum. He had to pay seat warmers. Now, this is the opening where he had the Europeans. Now, remember, he is the one that always talk about white supremacists. He is the one I always talk about. But when you look at the opening day, here's what you get at the Hidden History Museum. Out of all of the thousands and thousands of people where people think Tariq got 60,000 views, he couldn't even fill the building with FBAs. Family, I need you to press 7. I need to make sure you're still with me. He could not fill the building with FBAs. This is how you know that his views are not real. He cannot fill the building with FBAs. It's impossible that his viewership is real. And when people talk about that Tahaka Bay got out of there, listen, family, when I told you that I seen the people on the block, I wanted to ask you a question, family.
Casimir, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I want to ask, do you claim West Indians? Because I'm West Indian.
Who claims them?
No, I'm saying, do you represent West Indians or FBAs? Who do you represent?
I represent Garfield.
Garfield?
Yeah. That's my
Margaret? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm West Indian.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah. But
different
I notice West Indians don't talk about how they need reparations because they just work hard. They don't talk what FBAs talk about.
How do you make that determination?
Well, I know here Jamaicans and Trinidadians, for instance, saying that they deserve reparations like how Black Americans do.
Yes, they do, but there's a movement that's doing most of the talking. The regular person, like for example, a regular person in America, and I could speak clearly because I see it for myself. They don't know nothing about reparations. They want it, they deserve it, but they don't know about the argument about how to go and get it. So what we do is we latch on to people who have the knowledge. ADOS, I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere because run by the lesbian woman and the other fat guy. They're smart, they're intelligent, but they don't have what it takes to galvanize the folks about reparations. Is an important issue, but nobody wants to put the work in to do it. So you got different groups in Cobra, you got the reparation groups and all that stuff. In Jamaica, you have the guy by the name of Hillary. He actually got 200 million from Scotland for Jamaica because of slavery or whatever. They're doing some research or whatever. But Jamaicans talk about reparations, but the Jamaicans that talk about it are more connected to the Rastafarian movement because they are connected to it. So there is Jamaicans talking about it, but just not the common Jamaican. All right. Let's look up CARICOM reparations and how they've been pressing the British to admit and take some of the accountability for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I sense that other cultures like Africans and Jamaicans and West Indians, they don't beg people to join them, but it seems like only the Black Americans is begging everybody to team up with them, and it doesn't make sense because
I don't
they
agree with
don't. Okay, they don't help each other when the time comes, the FBAs, but they want everybody to join them.
You can't speak for every FBA. Nah,
I
bro.
can. I can speak for them.
Black folks come together all the time for different issues. But what happened is, I think we're depending on a YouTuber, a bunch of YouTubers, instead of people who actually been on the ground like Cobra, who have dealt with the politicians, who have dealt with HR 40 and all that stuff. So I mean, I don't think we could say Black Americans don't unite. They unite in different when it's
No, they don't, because if you notice, look at how Umar Johnson is not with Tariq Nasheed, but they both believe the same propaganda. They both believe the same garbage, but they don't want to team up with each other.
No, they don't. No, they don't. What's his name is a Pan-Africanist right now. Umar's always been a Pan-Africanist. Tariq used to be, but now he's all about FBA and try to separate and causing confusion.
You know, but what I'm saying is, I see the West Indians. They work hard. They stick to their own. They don't beg people like how Black Americans do. Please come join us. Come help us. They just do what they do to survive. That's all I see.
What?
Yeah. I don't see no.
That's supposed to really be serious.
Of course it's serious. You know it's true. Like I don't see Jamaicans saying we need everybody to help us.
We're begging people to join.
Don't worry about it. Yo, Casmir, you out of here. You out of here. You're being divisive, and you're being wrong, and you're generalizing for a group of people. Black Americans come together all the time and do it. That's not the issue here. We ain't got no issue with Black Americans united. They unite when the situation arises. We can't speak and say that Black Americans don't work. The Caribbean work. Stop it. You're part of the problem, bro. You're a reverse of Tariq. I don't need that on my channel, man. Let me finish playing this video and we get back to it. Because everybody want to come on and start blasting with you. That's not why we're doing the show. I'm just trying to look at what Tariq are talking about.
Come and swing on you. And you know that the people are there. If you don't get there and run, you are a fool. Do you think those are FBAs or ballet for real? You think those are ballets right there? If you think those are valet parkers, you are just as crazy as you want to be. These are not valet parkers. They doubling as valet parkers. This is where, and you better always get low. You think that's valet parkers back there? Okay, I ain't slow. I'm going to get low. You can say I smacked the Huckabee 1,000,001 times. Guess what? I am here to tell the story.
Garfield, you're muted.
I'm here to tell the story. I know what was going on back there. If you think those valet parkers, anyway, back to my point. Tariq Nasheed, they don't like people that look like us, people that think like us, people that think progressive like us, people that think that we can all work this out. So he say all Europeans are white supremacists. But guess what? And when I say he says all Europeans, it's when he says it, he says it like a blanket statement. The white supremacist is very vague, like a blanket statement. And then when he talk about Tethers, he's very specific. However, just this past weekend at the Hidden History Museum, here he goes. Hold up. At the Hidden History Museum, here he goes. He can't make no money, so he rents it out. He rents it out. He said that was armed security. No FBA armed security in the building, huh? But look, no FBA support there. There's no FBA support there. This is what the FBA paid for. Their own space. This is what they paid for. This is what they donated for. They have to feel 10 courage slow. This is what they paid for. Now, what I'm saying is, again, I don't have no problem with one renting out an establishment to anybody, but not when you come online talking about everybody is tethers and white supremacists, and that we need our own spaces. That's what he says. They need their own spaces. Ain't that what he said? This is supposed to be an FBA space. Now, I'm saying, of course, it's a public place. Of course, Europeans can attend. Of course. But look at this. Look at this. After all that talk, and FBA still listen to this guy? Family, if you are arguing with FBA, you are crazy. You are crazy. Only thing you can do is expose and clown them. You can't argue with FBA. Look at this. I mean, somebody say, you got more gray hair than he do, and you are younger. I don't dye my hair. I'm 53 for real, brother. Tito, look, Tito Johnson say, you got more gray hair than he do, and you're younger. No, I don't put black shoe polish on my beard. I don't put black shoe polish on my hair. You're goofy. Tariq, you really think he got jet black hair? Yeah, you's a dumb FBA too, dummy. Somebody said, Tito Johnson said, you got more gray hair than he do, and you're younger. He believed Tariq got black hair. You're goofy. See, this why he can fool FBAs, man. This why he can fool FBAs, man.
Garfield.
Listen, this is why he can fool FBAs. Tariq got shoe polish on his face, you goofy.
Garfield, you there?
Tariq got shoe polish on his face. Tariq got black hair, and he's younger than you. You got more gray hair. Man, listen, man, I'm so grateful that I got a chance to see some gray hair, because one time when I was living, there wasn't no guarantee that I would ever even see a gray whisker. So, all praise be to Allah. Praise to the Most High that I lived to see a gray whisker. I ain't put no shoe polish on that demonstration either. Tariq got shoe polish on his face, man. You're good.
Let's do a deep dive.
I ain't put no shoe polish on my face. I'm good. I'm good to go. You're younger than him, and he has a head full of black hair. No pause. Don't be the content. Hey, family, tomorrow night, I'm going to be having a serious conversation on my brother channel tomorrow. I hope I see y'all over there. Dr. Asar Winkler, Dr. Dennis Asar Winkler. If y'all see him in the chat, tell him to drop the link so we can get the link and y'all can come over there, holler at me tomorrow. I think tomorrow is Wednesday, right? Yep, Wednesday, I'm gonna be over there. the dumb issue. Jay Bizzle, call me Jay Bizzle. Jay Bizzle. See, that's my man from the Sandbox, Jay Bizzle. Is that Jay Bizzle from the Sandbox? Is that my guy, Naptown? Jay Bizzle, where you at? Listen, at the end of the day, didn't know Moto was good for boy. Don't become the content. Newsflash. Hey, but look, what I'm trying to say, family, is this, family. At the end of the day, family. At the end of the day, listen, that's not real black hair. Look, I told the story when we went to court, and I got to see it close up. The back was salt and pepper. That joke was salt and pepper down. Afro Think Tank brought up something. He was like, Tariq raising money for a Hidden Colors film, and which he already made with AI. Yep, he did. He already made the film. The film is already done. The film is definitely already done according to the stats. You know what I mean? According to the stats. But let me say this. At the end of the day, family, if y'all believe everything that Tariq Nasheed say, you are going to be in for a world of trouble, because at the end of the day, Tariq Nasheed can conjure up 60,000 views, but can only get, listen, the numbers don't lie, can only get, these are not real. Y'all really believe these numbers? These are the backers out of 60,000 views. Y'all really believe that FBA is real? It's an illusion. The donations, it's an illusion. Family, I want you to understand me. I want you to understand me. You know the number of 2,000 people as it relates to European Jews, as it relates to Chinese, as it relates to even Moors, as it relates to Hebrews. You know what 2,000 people look like? FBA is not real. All you got to do is look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. FBA is not real. People believe he raised that money. But when you got the guy that's getting 60,000 views per video, he got over 300,000 subscribers here, 600,000 subscribers there, 200,000 subscribers there, and only 2,000 people make a donation. FBA is not real. What type of community has 2,000 people? FBA is not real. Stop falling for the okie doke. If FBA was real, family, the first week, that would have been done deal. That would have been done deal the first week. But it didn't happen like that. It didn't happen like that. When you look at the graph, you see somebody put a chunk in on the last day. Somebody put a chunk in on the last day for the donation. Y'all see it? FBA it's a sham. So y'all sitting up there arguing with people about FBA. It's not real. The only way he made, listen, these low graphs are probably the FBA for real, the few people. This high graph, these high graphs right here in the beginning, they dropped this high graph to influence people to drop some money. I mean, they influence people. So whenever you see a high graph, this is the bait. Would the fish swallow the worm if he knew the hook was hidden therein? So these high graphs is the bait. These low graphs are the slow FBAs. And then when he's about to lose all the money, he get the one last high graph. He gets the one half graph. That's so because when it comes to this crowdfunding, if you don't meet the number, then you lose everything. So let me do the math like this. Come on, y'all from round way. Let's do the math like this. If you got some people that donate $75,000 and you can come up with the remaining money, whether it's getting other people do it or getting paid by the authorities or getting paid whatever to solid it up, right? That's a free $75,000. You get your money right back. I don't think y'all hear me. If you get an organic 75,000, but you gotta make 250,000, and you can find a way to get that 250,000 in there, you're gonna get it right back. That's a free $75,000. And then you can come before the people and say, aha, We did it, FBA. We did it. We made our mark, FBA. But when you look at FBA as a lineage, as they call it a lineage, it's only 2179. Fam, do you know that's a drop in the bucket as it relates to a lineage of people who identify something? Nobody supports this stuff. This is less than 0.101%. So we get caught up into the illusion of social media and start going back and forth with them. And this is why he got to rent it out. This is why he got to rent it out to his constituents like this. Because there is no FBA support. And he's right in the hood. I've been there.
No. Yeah.
He has
Question. So Tariq had all these white people up in the place desecrating those great black photographs, those great black images.
I didn't see that part. I wasn't paying attention.
No. I'm looking at what my boy put up a picture at the FBA museum full of Caucasians.
Right. Yep.
Right. I don't know. It look like they have some selling thing going on. So him have a market in the museum. You know, I consider that desecration. I consider that desecrating the whole memory. A foundation of Black Americans. But I'm not a foundation of Black Americans, so I can't speak on the matter. But earlier I had a young man on, and he need to go and research a Harlem Renaissance. Oh, what Harlem was like. I know Black people from all over the world came together. Right? In music, art, poetry, literature. A reawakening. So we have always been a part of the greater group. Right? And we have always supported each other. And then you need to recognize that. So them come on and say, we're not, everybody go on their own. That's not true. Because without the FBA, without the Foundation of Black Americans, other Black people, not only Caribbean, African, Brazilian, probably couldn't cement their way here as easy as they did. But big up, I'm enjoying the show. Just come on to say I'm enjoying the show as usual. I might not come on screen, but I'm listening. Good job.
Yeah, stupid. I heard you were in trouble on the YouTube street.
No, I'm not in trouble. I told her to leave me alone.
I understand.
If you listen to it, I told her leave me alone.
Yeah.
Because we're having a conversation, but what she was inputting wasn't important to the conversation. But not because you need your voice heard. If you don't have anything to contribute, you don't have to speak.
I totally understand. I saw other people on and they left, so I don't know because God.
Yeah, but I'm not in any trouble. Any Black man who telling you that science is European, that European define what science is. They created the word in the 1400s, right? And then they start calling themselves scientists 1830 or something like that. And then you're saying as a Black person, only European can determine what science is. And then using words like early science. There's no such thing as early science. It's science or it's not science. But they're running it. No, there's no such.
You know what? As Jamaican, we just plain. So when we say science, we're not talking about modern science, future science, data science. We're talking about science, period. So I know from a cultural part. So I understand. And I agree with you. They had some sort of science in ancient time. But of course,
it wasn't some sort. They had science.
Okay, but
science is the pursuit of knowledge. Okay, what they're saying. Oh, go ahead.
Listen, as technology comes, science starts changing. It evolves. So, it has some sort of science, but of course, it's not going to be the same.
Okay, is there such a thing as an early Homo sapien? If we define modern man as Homo sapien, is there such a thing as early Homo sapiens? No. It's either you're Homo sapiens or you're not. No, Homo sapien in those times, in ancient times, were seeking knowledge of their environment. People will say to me that the first man who harnessed fire was not a scientist. When he's approached to harness fire, agree with all of the steps that was necessary for we to deem something as a science. But they will tell you no. But if you look at the steps that he had to take, observation, practice, repetition, and then explanation of the facts of what he was doing so that other people could learn it. Because it didn't stay with him. It was a science. But when people tell you because they have modern technology now, people saying what measuring tool they were using. And I said they were using their 5 senses. Because you know why we call a foot and an inch an inch? An inch is a measurement of your thumb. A foot is a measurement of your feet. They were using their body as tools of measurement. How they determine hot and cold? By touch. As we increase in technology, we started using other things now as our measuring instrument. We developed rulers, we developed thermometers, but not because the technology got better, meaning that the science that those people was practicing should be disregarded. But this dude, white people come to you and tell you, oh, coincidentally, what other people other than white people was doing thousands of years ago was not science. So when you look at it, you say, oh, but then it removes the Aztecs, it removes the Africans, it removes the Chinese, it removes everybody except the European. And that's what you're running with as a black person? That's what one black person come on and tell other black people that, listen, black person, you are dumb as a bunch of nails because if you were practicing science, you could have gone to the moon. Right? But why people practicing science now? Why we don't have a colony on the moon? But the measuring stick move for us as black people. And then when other dumb black people now pushing the white narrative, we cannot push back. We cannot push back. Oh, that's early science. There's no such thing as early science. There's even no such thing as modern science. Because if we're going to the future 1,000 years, what would those people 1,000 years in the future looking back saying that we were practicing? As the technology increase, as the technology advance, they'll say, oh, people in 2026 wasn't practicing science, right? And then they say, oh, it has to be falsified.
All right. Thank you.
Science can be falsified. Yeah. Sorry for taking over your show, guy.
Print it out to get that off his chest, Garth.
He has to. He has no choice. He has to do this. And see, people don't understand business. When you're talking about a place like this,
I'll see if this person is
that
available.
was sketchy funded, where people thought that they bought the Hidden History Museum. No, there's a mortgage on the Hidden History Museum. There's a mortgage. Took that money and got a mortgage. Now, every month, he has to pay the mortgage. He has to pay the lights. He has to pay the insurance. He has to pay the taxes. This is tax season. So what you think he made from the crowdfunding, what you think he made from this even little shingding right here, listen, this is tax season. FBA just fall for anything. FBA just fall for anything. We just fall for anything. But this was the show. This is not the same people he says are tethers, are Haitians, Jamaicans. But look at this. That's right. Look at this. Again, this wouldn't even matter if the online antics of calling people tethers and shaming someone that is from a country in Africa. This wouldn't even matter. If he wasn't shaming people in Haiti, this wouldn't even matter. No. Look at this. Look at this. And the reason why these type of people will go live and show this, so no one would catch it and then act like they're exposing them. But guess what? You can't get me with the psychology. You can't get me with the reverse psychology. I'm going to put it out there so just in case somebody see it and they try to put it out there, I'll put it out there. Then he said, well, I told you myself. No, it don't work like that. It shows the contradictory behavior. It shows the contradictory mentality. So whether you put it out yourself or whether somebody else discover it, it doesn't change the fact of the matter that it's contradictory from what you say online. Look at that. Now, as I begin to wind this down, I got a nice surprise for you. All of these people that talk this FBA stuff, they're not real with it. They're not real with it. They're really not real with it. And y'all need to understand that they're not real with it. It's all a hustle. It's all a hustle. Even anybody familiar with Philip Scott from the African diaspora, how he comes at women? How he comes at women out of our group? Anybody familiar with that? Press 7. Anybody familiar with that? How he comes at and he acts as if he's supporting the FBA demonstration? Anybody? Huh? Show y'all something. Let y'all see this for yourself. Anybody familiar? He not real about it either. He's not real. He's all right, but he's not real. Talking all this FBA stuff. This the fam. This the fam. See, you can't come at my people and act like you ain't going to have to account for it. This is Phil Scott talking to all the FBA talk with a channel called African Diaspora or whatever it is. But wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. This is his wife on the left and her on the right cosplaying. Look at that. That's his wife. I'm not shaming his wife. I'm just saying you're on there talking about FBA. And there she go on the right cosplaying. Can you believe this? 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 Cosplaying. You see this? How are you degrading sisters? How are you demoralizing sisters? But you're cosplaying. I mean, the boogeyman is here. The boogeyman is here. You cannot, in no way, shape, or form, talk crazy about our people and play these games. You cannot do this, brother. You can't do this. You go online. You know what I'm saying? Futura free. You go online and you shame people of African descent. Yet in your everyday life, you're playing games. That's what I'm saying, family. Anybody that's taking FBA serious, anybody taking FBA serious need to stop. There's no need to take them serious. There's no need to take them serious.
Pan-African or perish.
Crypto! Come on now. We got one.
With the help of my brothers and all the men and all the good people on the foresight. Y'all some internet prophets and you need to stop before someone catch you on the block and catch you at your lecture and rock and knocking. Yeah, I man and me, cause I'm exposed to your robbing. See, I used to be a robber, I was robbing the thugs and the agents in the hood selling nasty grub. I was only 17 and I didn't know better. Put that thing in their face and said, give me the cheddar. But it really amazed me at the age of 40 that people will use the things that would annoy me to rob our people like Bibles and Quran. Take your money and then they gone. Shoot, selling, plagiarize books and dreams of unity. Blame the European, but look what you do to me. Got me thinking we gon' overcome, but when you cut your camera off.
All right. Anybody want to jump on the panel? Let's get it in, man. I'm here.
Listen, you missed a whole lot of people that was on there. I think even Aunt popped his head up.
Nah, I saw everybody. I was right in front of the computer.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I feel bad for Stu Pete, but he be all right. You heard about Bombada or whatever?
After Bombada died, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sad.
No, of course not.
I heard what's his name got shot too. What's the guy named Offset?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Let me. Otis Savior. Yeah, by the way, that Captain video, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
What about Captain?
Mika.
That was out of pocket, man. Out of my pocket.
Mika, why don't you help your captain out, man? Give him some pointers or something.
You don't know how much I get yelled at. If people are just stuck in their way, it is how it is. You just gotta accept it for what it is. But maybe
we're not in the truth, so we can't see it. Like Priest Daniel would say, we're not in the truth. You see, what's wrong with Priest Daniel and all of them is that they believe that the Israelites met up with the Scythians, merged with them, and ended up in the Americas. That is craziness. Absolute craziness. And they don't say to themselves, well, maybe we could be wrong. This is wrong. Scythians are Europeans. They're described by white folks as being white and pale. Why do you want us to be them? Why do you want King James to be black? You're now turning what white people teach and put it on blackface. That's what the elders did. The elders couldn't research. They weren't as meticulous as how we are today. Plus, we have AI and we have all these things. All the stuff that they teach in One West is false. 99% of the stuff they teach is false. 99. And it's not even, and it's sad because
100.
You want to feel chosen. If you would, priests grew up around the elders. Me, when in the NOI, I grew up around some top dogs. So the national trainer used to train me when I was doing jiu-jitsu. I used to be around Khalid Muhammad a lot. I used to be around Eric Ture Muhammad. So I used to be around the top dogs. So my ears was close to whatever. So now the issue with priests is that he grew up around these people. So it's hard to let go when you're part of a cult and you're so in depth. You can't let go. Oh, this must be true. We must be the people. We are the people. No, you're not. Through genetics and how we use genetics, we use it along with the belief system, and we know what Jews do when they're in communities and when they go in elsewhere. They can't prove that they went from 70 AD to North Africa to come to West Africa. It's practically impossible for thousands, even hundreds of Jews to travel freely like they're running away. Where you getting water from? You're running to the desert. Where you getting water from? You don't know where the water the wells are. Where are you getting water from? How are you going to survive? How are you traveling? You're going to walk through the desert just like that? Shit. That must have been a mass suicide like the Igbo landing. That's crazy, man. But again, the power of this book called the Bible, it suspends logic whenever you believe in it. You don't have no logics at all. I remember when Priest Daniel was on on the street, he said, so how did all these animals not poop on each other? He said the Most High put a spirit on them. Everybody cracked out and started laughing. Yeah, I said belief. The Most High put a spirit on them so they won't eat each other, they won't poop on each other, and that they would survive.
The Most High put a spirit on.
Let me play this video real quick.
Oh God.
Offset got shot about an hour ago in the stomach after slapping the living ish out of Lil TJ in Florida. Before we even discuss what took place today, let's rewind a little bit to talk about why Offset and Lil TJ even got beef or why there was even an altercation today. So Lil TJ came on social media about this time last year to expose Offset for being in debt and owing him money and not wanting to pay. Lil TJ will call Offset a broke you-know-what and claim nobody should ever borrow Offset money ever again because he's a bum who won't pay it back.
Why this Offset? Offset broke. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all the stream too. That broke. That pop. I'll tell y'all a true story. I ain't got nothing to do with that casino. He was popped. He was panicking. He was asking random people for cash apps. He was broke. I don't know what happened. Nobody was answering his phone call. He popped, trying to run up, chasing. Must got a gambling addiction. Yo, he just popped. He called cash apps in front of me. I ain't gonna lie to you. The first 5 I offered, I'm like, yo, you pop, you waiting for some bread? For my money. I swung that 5. You know how I get. He gets popped. Not us two dicing each other. He gets popped straight to the casino. Goes not. He get another loan from somebody else for like 2 bands. I don't even take my loan. I'm like, that's Offset. I'm good on my money. I'm worried about this. Got mad, bro. I definitely run off for 5 bands. He popped for the.
Lil TJ could have had a better approach, but yo, after a while of you owe me my money, man, I don't feel like I gotta be a gentleman anymore about it, bro. Like, you know you owe me money, but you're ducking me. So TJ wrote Offset and he says, where you at? Where you at? Not gonna lie, I'ma slap the whole ish out of you. Offset responded back, LOL, you joking, right? Now, Lil TJ don't even know, and Igaboo love this. Understand what I mean when I say an Igaboo love this. Now, I don't borrow Igga's money for a reason because I know how that turns out. Igga will want to beef with you about the same money he owes you. Lil TJ don't even know he just gave Offset a way out. Igaboos are already looking not to pay you back. And their path of action not to pay you back, they usually pretend like it's smoke. They usually fake a beef with you. So Lil TJ beat Offset to the punch. Offset was already going to try to fake a beef with Lil TJ so he don't have to pay him back. Lil TJ saying that, or Offset like, today is the day the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it, man. I don't got to pay back that low money because of smoke. Offset told that boy, I'ma smoke you about the money you owe me. You gonna kill me about money you owe me? Nah, I don't borrow Igga's money, man. I don't even deal with Iggas when it comes to things like this, man. Somebody says, Offset says, you barely lived already. Who the F you think you talking to, ninja? You gotta be talking to the wrong ninja. I'm in New York right now. Come smack me, little boy. So Lil TJ was the one who posted this, by the way, and he tagged Offset and he says, Offset, yo, pay that tab, homie. Don't fade yourself over a little 10-pack. TJ responded back to Offset and he says, Miami. Offset says, if it's that, stop DMing me for trace reasons. TJ says, nah, never that, little bro. I just want my 10. Offset says, say that. Now, Lil TJ shared this, and he says, do not loan Offset no money. He's popped. LOL, just in case. Lil TJ then made an Instagram post where he says, I could never be broke like Offset running off making smoke over lunch money. I'm going to have to smoke on 100 streams for it to get to all that. But yeah, free smoke tomorrow for ninjas. Offset then commented, and he tags Lil TJ, and he says, let's hit on live. I'll fly to you. This ain't gonna stop your fell off allegations. Offset then says, meet me in New York and give me a 1 on live. I've seen Lil TJ fight playfully. I've seen Offset fight on camera. Let's just say, based on my understanding and expert analysis of their Igga chakra, I'll probably give the advantage to Offset. I don't feel like Lil TJ really wants to fight Offset particularly, but once it goes to social media, there's really no copping it, because the first person to DM the other person and say, hey man, yo, what are we doing, bro? bro, let's just talk about it. And there's a screenshot of that person DMing the other person first. Now that person is going to be known as a mark and a buster online, right? That's just a fact. Now, this could be avoided if Offset didn't have a gambling addiction. Offset has a gambling addiction, bro. Lil TJ isn't the only one that Offset owes money to. Like Offset got exposed by Selena Powell by calling her in the middle of the night at the casino and asked her to bring him $15,000 so he could keep on gambling. He's a fiend. Now, just like Lil TJ, he didn't pay back Selena Powell either.
Like, yo, I need a favor. This is
Wait,
a
let's
test.
not skip over that. He told her to he still needed that. He still needed that.
Oh. So he was like, I did a favor and this is a test. I was like, okay, what? He was like, how much money can you get or are you by? And I was like, I mean, like I have I sent him the video, like all that money that I have in my safe.
You're rich,
bro. And he immediately called me. He called me back and then he was like, bring all of it. And I was like, I don't even know how much this is. He was like, bring all of it because I have a ton of 20s and then like hundreds.
At the time, not now, currently.
No, yeah, no.
Because, continue. Keep going.
Because now, so then he was like, yeah, bring all of it. So I actually did. But in my mind, I was like, I'm not going to do every single detail and have this.
She's working on her 40-minute straight drive.
And just like Offset did to Lil TJ, when it came back to paying back the money he borrowed, all of a sudden Offset created beef so he don't got to pay it back. So Selena Powell would post on her social media that she was getting threatened by Offset because she asked Offset to pay back the money that he owes her. So Offset play, man. If you've been around people, serial money borrowers, always wanting something from you, secure, and there is no threat to the public, operations continue as normal. Here's what happened, okay? Lil TJ and Offset are both at this casino. Offset is a gambling addict. Offset is at the casino almost every day. If you're somebody who wants to meet Offset one day, go to a casino in Florida. Offset is gonna be there. That's just what Offset does. Offset is a gambling addict. I don't know why that's his thing. He's at a casino 24/7 gambling. So Offset and Lil TJ is both outside of the casino. They're in the valet area. While in the valet area, they ran into each other. I was told that Offset is who engaged the altercation. He engaged the confrontation. Now, like I said before, Offset is somebody who can fight. Offset, I don't think is scared of Lil TJ not one bit. Now, I was told, Lil TJ wasn't backing down either. They both got in each other's faces. Offset took off on Lil TJ. Offset put hands and feet on Lil TJ. And somebody pulled out a gun and shot Offset. Now, who that person is, use your imagination. Who would have an invested interest in shooting Offset because Offset is whooping on Lil TJ? Use your imagination. Now, 2 people have been detained. It's unclear if Lil TJ is one of the 2 that's been detained. Now, academics did say he spoke to Lil TJ representative as well as Offset representative. Now, Lil TJ and his rep is offering little to no information because obviously, right? Like, what are they going to say? Hey, bruh, Lil TJ got his butt whooped, so Lil TJ and his associate shot Offset. Man, cut it out, bro. They can't say it. So they told AC there was an altercation, but we can't say much at the time. Sorry, cat's out the bag, okay? Lil TJ was getting whooped on and shots were fired.
There's multiple people in custody, and police at this time, they're working to try to figure out what led to what happened. A lot of things to get to. We don't know the current status of both rappers at this moment. It's been reported that it's a leg shot when it comes to Offset. And it's supposed to be a non-life-threatening wound. But at this point, because he was transported to the hospital, we don't know the full details. Okay. Lil TJ is a little bit more elusive. Of course, again, I have a direct official source, heavily weighted, that confirms it. However, I did also talk to his team, and his team, while confirming that there might have been an incident, they weren't at liberty to tell me or They, you know, it's a lot of things going on. This is actually happening right now. So people are in custody right now. This probably happened like an hour ago, and you know, they aren't confirming what my other source confirmed, but it is being confirmed. It's one of the best sources I could have that little TJ was shot. But anyway, the matter of fact is, little TJ and Offset was involved in an incident. Okay, now clearly, I guess you guys could probably put two and two together. It appears that maybe, well, not maybe, but most likely, Offset and little TJ probably got into maybe some altercation. Why would I say that? That would just be using context clues. They haven't been getting along. They have, you know, kind of gone back and forth, and potentially they have seen each other for the first time since all of that. Hard Rock Casino.
Academics did report that Lil TJ was shot too. I didn't hear that.
All right. Anybody else want to jump on? Want to join the conversation? Because I'm about to get out of here. It's 4 hours. We did enough time. I gotta make some moves. Let me see if there's any comments I need to respond to.
Me and Savior need a show so we could do some stuff. Cause you are your own mission.
Hold on there. This is great.
So we could converse. You want something else?
Okay. Captain held it down somewhat. Shit. All right. See y'all later, man. Peace.
No, you should give us the key. I want to talk to Savior. You want to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. All right, later.
All right.